Section 9 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 9. The First Report of the Inspector of Prisons. In the preceding chapter, I have been tempted by the importance of the general question to give it prominence and precedence over the particular branch of which I am treating. Newgate has remained rather in the background, while the whole of the jails as a body were under discussion. But this digression was necessary in order to present a more complete picture of the state of jails in the early part of the present century, just before the public mind was first awakened to the need for thorough reform. I shall now return to the great jail of the City of London, and give a more detailed account of its condition and inner life as the inspectors of prisons found them in 1835-6. These gentlemen were appointed in October 1835, owing to the strong representations of the Lords' Committee, backed up by the evidence of several influential witnesses. Mr. Samuel Hoare, when examined, considered it indispensably necessary to carry out whatever system might be established, that inspectors should watch over the observance of the law. He saw no objection on the score of their probable interference with the local jurisdiction, but he would not arm them with any authority lest their cooperation might be offensive. Sir Frederick Roe was of the same opinion as regards the appointment, but he would give the inspectors the power of acting as well as reporting. They should be persons, he thought, selected from the highest class. The duty was most important, one which required discretion, judgment, and knowledge of law, with sufficient insight and experience to discover defects in prison discipline. These considerations, no doubt, had weight with those who made the selection of the first inspectors, and the two gentlemen appointed were probably the most fitted in England to be so employed. One was Mr. William Crawford, the other the Reverend Whitworth Russell. The first named had long been an active philanthropist, devoting himself more particularly to the reformation of juvenile criminals. William Crawford had been one of the promoters and managers of the Philanthropic Society's farm school. Later on, he had devoted himself to the personal investigation of the prisons of the United States. At that time, the mild and intelligent prison discipline in force in Pennsylvania, the legacy of the old Quaker immigrants, had made such prisons as Auburn a model for imitation. Several European states had dispatched emissaries to examine and report upon them. France had sent Messieurs Beaumont and de Tocqueville, who subsequently published several interesting works on the subject. England was represented by Mr. Crawford, and the result of his inquiry was given to the public as an appendix to the House of Commons report on secondary punishments. It is an able and exhaustive state paper, testifying to the keenness of the writer's perception and his unremitting labor in pursuing his researches. Mr. Crawford was thoroughly versed in the still imperfectly understood science of prison management and fully qualified for his new duties. The second inspector, the Reverend Whitworth Russell, was the chaplain of Millbank Penitentiary, the great architectural experiment which grew out of the strong representations of Jeremy Bentham and others, and was the first national recognition of the principle that punishment must be reformatory as well as deterrent. Messrs. Crawford and Russell proceeded to carry out their new functions with commendable energy, and without a moment's loss of time. The ink was barely dry upon their letters of appointment before they appeared at Newgate and commenced a searching investigation. They attended early and late. They mustered the prisoners, examined into their condition, took voluminous evidence from all classes of individuals, from the governor down to the convict in the condemned cells. They visited the wards after locking up time, and saw with their own eyes what went on. Having started with the proposition that the metropolitan prisons must monopolize their attention, as constituting, to use their own words, a subject of magnitude and importance sufficient to exclude other gaols, they soon narrowed their inquiry still further and limited it to Newgate alone. Newgate, indeed, became the sole theme of their first report. The fact was that the years, as they passed, nearly 20 in all, had worked but little permanent improvement in this detestable prison. Changes introduced under pressure had been only skin deep. Relapse was rapid and inevitable, so that the latter state of the prison was worse than the first. The disgraceful overcrowding had been partially ended, but the same evils of indiscriminate association were still present. There was the old neglect of decency, the same callous indifference to the moral well-being of the prisoners, the same want of employment, and of all disciplinary control. All these evils were set forth at length in the inspector's first report. There was no longer the faintest possible excuse for overcrowding. The numbers now committed to Newgate had sensibly diminished. The prison had become more or less a place of detention only, harboring mainly those awaiting trial. To these were still added an average of about 50, expecting the last penalty of the law, a certain number of transports awaiting removal to the colonies, an occasional prisoner or two committed by the Houses of Parliament, the Courts of King's Bench, Common Pleas, the Exchequer, the Commissioners of Bankruptcy and of Taxes, smugglers, and a larger number sentenced for very short terms, and for offences of the most varying description by the Central Criminal Court. The sum total thus produced was inconsiderable compared with the hundreds that had formerly filled the gaol, and the whole by proper management might have been so accommodated as to prevent overcrowding. But, incredible as it may appear, the authorities of Newgate declined to avail themselves of the advantages offered them, and when the population fell, they shut up one half the gaol and crowded up the other. Some rooms remained quite empty and unoccupied, while others were full to overflowing. Not only were the wards thus needlessly crammed, and for no reason but the niggardliness of the corporation which refused a proper supply of bedding, but the occupants of each were huddled together indiscriminately. The inspectors found in the same wards in the chapel yard the convicted and the untried, the felon and the misdemeanant, the sane and the insane, the old and the young offender. The classification prescribed by the Jail Act, which laid down that certain prisoners should not intermix, was openly neglected, and the greatest contempt shown for the law. In another part, there were men charged with and convicted of unnatural offences, shut up with lads of tender years. Minor offenders, charged with small thefts or non-payment of small sums, were cheek by jowl with convicts sentenced to long terms of transportation. In the master's side yard, which had only one washing place, as many as 78 prisoners, frequently more, were associated together, of every variety of age, habit, and delinquency, without employment, oversight, or control. In the middle yard it was still worse. Here, say the inspectors, are herded together the very worst class of prisoners. Certainly a more wretched combination of human beings can hardly be imagined. We have reason to fear that poverty, ragged clothes, and an inability to pay the ward dues, elsewhere exacted for better accommodation, consign many of the more petty and unpractised offenders to this place, where they inevitably meet with further contamination from the society of the most abandoned and incorrigible inmates of the gaol. No doubt the governor, for the time being, Mr. Cope, was in a great measure to blame for all this, and for the want of proper classification. I shall have occasion to speak again, and more at length, of Mr. Cope's careless and perfunctory discharge of his many manifest duties, but I shall here confine myself to animadverting on his neglect as regards the appropriation of his prison. He was unable to give any reason whatever for not utilizing the whole of the wards. He saw certain rooms fill up, and yet took no steps to open others that were locked up and empty. He blamed the construction of Newgate for the neglect of classification, and was yet compelled to confess that he had made no attempt whatever to carry it out. The fact was, he did not keep the classification of prisoners on first arrival in his own hands, nor even in that of his officers. A new prisoner's fate, as to location, rested really with a powerful fellow prisoner. The inspectors found that prisoners had their places assigned to them by the inner gatesman, himself a convicted prisoner, and a wardsman, or responsible head of a room. The wardsman still exacted dues, of which more directly, and this particular official took excellent care to select as residents for his own ward those most suitable from his own point of view. So great is the authority exercised by him, and so numerous were his opportunities of showing favoritism, that all the prisoners may be said to be in his power. If a man is poor and ragged, however inexperienced in crime, or however trifling may be the offence for which he has been committed, his place is assigned among the most depraved, the most experienced, and the most incorrigible offenders in the middle yard. It must be admitted that so far but little effort had been made to counteract the evils of indiscriminate association. It was not likely that a system which left innocent men, for the great bulk of new arrivals were still untried, to be pitchforked by chance anywhere into any sort of company, within this the greatest nursery of crime in London, should exercise even the commonest care for the personal decency or comfort of the prisoners. Their treatment was also a matter of chance. They still slept on rope mats on the floor, herded together in companies of 4 or more to keep one another warm, and under the scanty covering of a couple of dirty stable rugs apiece. So closely did they lie together that the inspectors at their night visits found it difficult in stepping across the room to avoid treading on them. Sometimes 2 mats were allotted to 3 sleepers. Sometimes 4 slept under the same bedding, and left their mats unoccupied. The rugs used were never washed. An order existed that the bedding should be taken into the yards to be aired, but it was not very punctually obeyed. The only convenience for personal ablutions were the pumps in the yards, and the far-off baths in the condemned or press yard. Water might not be taken into the ward for washing purposes. There was some provision of clothing, but it was quite insufficient, and nothing at all was given if prisoners had enough of their own to cover their nakedness. The inspectors paraded the prisoners, and found them generally ragged and ill-clad, squalid and filthy in the extreme, many without stockings and with hardly shoes to their feet. Some, who had the semblance of covering on the upper part of their feet, had no soles to the shoes, and their bare feet were on the ground. This, too, was in the depth of the winter, and during a most inclement season. The allowance of food was not illiberal, but its issue was precarious, and dependent on the goodwill of the wardsman, who measured out the portions to each according to his eye, and not with weights and measures, no turnkey being present. Too much was left to the wardsman. It was he who could issue small luxuries. He sold tea, coffee, sugar, tobacco, although prohibited, and extra beer. He charged a weekly sum as ward dues for the use of knives, forks, and plates, a perpetuation under another form of the old detestable custom of garnish. He had power, where his exactions were resisted, of making the ward most uncomfortable for the defaulter. He could trump up a false complaint against his fellow prisoner, and so get him punished. He might keep him from the fire, or give him his soup or gruel in a pail instead of a basin. The authority of these wardsmen, so improperly exalted and so entirely unchecked, degenerated into a baneful despotism. They bought their offices from one another, and were thus considered to have a vested interest in them. Their original capital had been a few shillings, and for this they purchased the right to tax their fellows to the extent of £1 per week. The wardsman had a monopoly in supplying provisions, gave dinner and breakfast at his own price, and was such complete master of the ward that none of its inmates were suffered to make tea or coffee for themselves, lest it should interfere with his sales. He made collections when it suited him for ward purposes, to be spent as he chose, in candles and so forth. When the wardsman was a man of some education, with some knowledge of legal chicanery gained by personal experience, he might add considerably to his emoluments by drawing briefs and petitions for his fellows. There was a recognized charge of 5 shillings per brief, for a petition of from 1 shilling halfpence to 8 shillings, according to its length, and by these payments a wardsman had been known to amass as much as £40. The man entrusted with this privilege was often the inner gatesman, the prisoner official already mentioned, who held the fate of new arrivals as regards location in his hands. It was not strange that he should sometimes misuse his power, and when prisoners were not to be cajoled into securing his legal services, had been known to employ threats, declaring that he was often consulted by the governor as to a prisoner's character, in view of speaking to it at the trial, and he could easily do them a good turn or a very bad one. The brief-drawing gatesman and wardsman at the time of the inspector's first visit must have been a particularly powerful personage. He was on the most intimate and improperly familiar terms with the turnkeys, had a key of both the master's side and middle side yards, was the only person present at the distribution of beer, and was trusted to examine, and, if he chose, pass in, all provisions, money, clothes, and letters brought for prisoners by their friends. All the wardsmen alike were more or less irresponsible. The turnkeys complained bitterly that these old prisoners had more power than they themselves. The governor himself admitted that a prisoner of weak intellect, who had been severely beaten and much injured by a wardsman, did not dare complain, the victim of this cruel ill usage having more fear of the power of the wardsman to injure him than confidence in the governor's power to protect him. These wardsmen, besides thus ruling the roast, had numerous special privileges, if such they can be called. They were not obliged to attend chapel, and seldom if ever went. Prisoners, said one of them under examination, did not like the trouble of going to chapel. They had a standing bedstead to sleep on, and a good flock mattress, double allowance of provisions, filched from the common stock. Nobody interfered with them or regulated their conduct. They might get drunk when so disposed, and did so frequently, alone or in company. Evidence was given before the inspectors of 8 or 10 prisoners seeing giddy drunk, not able to sit upon forms. The female wardswomen were also given to intemperance. The matron deposed to having seen the gateswoman exceedingly drunk, and having been insulted by her. There was no penalty attached to drunkenness. A wardsman did not necessarily lose his situation for it, nor was drink the only creature comfort he might enjoy. He could indulge in snuff if a snuff-taker, and might always smoke his pipe undisturbed, for although the use of tobacco had been prohibited since the report of the Lords' Committee, it was still freely introduced into the prison. Probably authority would not have been so recklessly usurped by the wardsmen had not the proper officials too readily surrendered it. The turnkeys left the prisoners very much to themselves, never entering the wards after locking up time, at dusk, till unlocking next morning, and then only went round to count the number. Many of them were otherwise and improperly occupied for hours every day in menial services for the governor, cleaning his windows or grooming his horse. One turnkey had been so employed several hours daily for nearly 11 years. It was not strange that subordinates should neglect their duty when superiors set the example. Nothing was more prominently brought out by the inspectors than the inefficiency of the governor at that time, Mr. Cope. He may have erred in some points through ignorance, but in others he was clearly guilty of culpable neglect. We have seen that he took no pains to classify and separate prisoners on reception. This was only one of many grave omissions on his part. He did not feel it incumbent on himself to visit his prison often or see his prisoners. The Act prescribed that he should do both every 24 hours, but days passed without his entering the wards. The prisoners declared that they did not see him oftener than twice a week. One man who had been in the condemned ward for 2 months said the governor only came there 4 times. Again, a turnkey deposed that his chief did not enter the wards more than once a fortnight. But it is only fair to Mr. Cope to state that he himself said he went whenever he could find time, and that he was constantly engaged attending sessions and going with drafts to the hulks. But when he did visit, his inspections were of the most superficial character. Sometimes he looked at his bolts and bars, but he never examined the cupboards, coal boxes, or other possible hiding places for cards, dice, dangerous implements, or other prohibited articles. He only attended chapel once on Sunday, never on the weekday, and generally devoted the time service was in progress to taking the descriptions of newly arrived prisoners. He really did not know what passed in his jail, and was surprised when the inspectors proved to him that practices of which he was ignorant, and which he admitted that he reprehended, went on without hindrance. He was satisfied to let matters run on as in the old times. He said in his own justification, with him what was right, and evils that should have been speedily rooted out remained because they had the prescription of long usage. He kept no daily journal of occurrences, and nothing, however important, was recorded at the time. The aldermen never called upon him to report, and left him nearly unsupervised and uncontrolled. In his administration of discipline he was quite uncertain. The punishments he inflicted were unequal, and it was not the least part of the blame imputed to him that he made special favourites of particular prisoners, retaining of his own accord in Newgate, and for years felons who should have been sent beyond the seas. But, indeed, his whole rule was far too mild, and under this mistaken leniency the interior of the jail was more like a bear garden or the noisy purlieus of a public house than a prison. It was the same old story, evil constantly in the ascendant, the least criminal at the mercy of the most depraved. Under the reckless contempt for regulations, the apathy of the authorities, and the undue ascendancy of those who, as convicted felons, should have been most sternly repressed, the most hardened and the oldest in vice had the best of it, while the inexperienced beginner went to the wall. Edward Gibbon Wakefield, who spent 3 years in Newgate a little before the time of the inspector's first report, said with justice that incredible scenes of horror occur in Newgate. It was, moreover, in his opinion, undoubtedly the greatest nursery of crime in London. The days were passed in idleness, debauchery, riotous quarrelling, immoral conversation, gambling, indirect contravention of parliamentary rules, instruction in all nefarious processes, lively discourse upon past criminal exploits, elaborate discussion of others to be perpetrated after release. No provision whatever was made for the employment of prisoners. No materials were purchased, no trade instructors appointed. There was no school for adults. Only the boys were taught anything, and their instructor, with his assistant, were convicted prisoners. Idle hands and unoccupied brains found in mischief the only means of whiling away the long hours of incarceration. Gaming of all kinds, although forbidden by the jail acts, was habitually practised. This was admitted in evidence by the turnkeys, and was proved by the appearance of the prison tables, which bore the marks of gaming boards deeply cut into them. Prisoners confessed that it was a favourite occupation, the chief games being shoving halfpence on the table, pitch in the hole, cribbage, dominoes, and common tossing, at which as much as 4 or 5 shillings would change hands in an hour. But this was not the only amusement. Most of the wards took in the daily papers, the most popular being the Times, Morning Herald, and Morning Chronicle, on Sunday the Weekly Dispatch, Bell's Life, and the Weekly Messenger. The newsman had free access to the prison. He passed in unsearched and unexamined, and, unaccompanied by an officer, went at once to his customers, who bought their paper and paid for it themselves. The news vendor was also a tobacconist, and he had thus ample means of introducing to the prisoners the prohibited but always much coveted and generally procurable weed. In the same way the wardsman laid in his stock to be retailed. Other light literature besides the daily journals were in circulation. Novels, flash songs, playbooks such as Jane Shore, Grimm's German Tales, with Cruikshank's illustrations, and publications which in these days would have been made the subject of a criminal prosecution. One of these, published by Stockdale, the inspectors styled a book of the most disgusting nature. There was also a good supply of Bibles and prayers, the donation of a philanthropic gentleman, Captain Brown, but these, particularly the Bibles, bore little appearance of having been used. Drink, in more or less unlimited quantities, was still to be had. Spirits certainly were now excluded, but a potman, with full permission of the sheriffs, brought in beer for sale from a neighbouring public-house, and visited all the wards with no other escort than the prisoner gatesman. The quantity to be issued per head was limited by the prison regulations to 1 pint, but no steps were taken to prevent any prisoner from obtaining more if he could pay for it. The beerman brought in as much as he pleased. He sold it without the controlling presence of an officer. Not only did prisoners come again and again for a pint, but large quantities were carried off to the wards to be drunk later in the day. There were more varied, and at times, especially when beer had circulated freely, more uproarious diversions. Wrestling, in which legs were occasionally broken, was freely indulged in, also such low games as cobham, leap-frog, puss in the corner, and fly the garter, for which purpose the rugs were spread out to prevent feet slipping on the floor. Feasting alternated with fighting. The weekly introduction of food, to which I shall presently refer, formed the basis of luxurious banquets, washed down by liquor, and enlivened by flash songs and thrilling long-winded descriptions of robberies and other plants. There was much swearing and bad language, the very worst that could be used, from the first thing in the morning to the last thing at night. New arrivals, especially the innocent and still guileless debutante, were tormented with rude horseplay, and assailed by the most insulting chaff. If any man presumed to turn in too early, he was towed, that is to say, a string was fastened to his big toe while he was asleep, and he was dragged from off his mat, or his bedclothes were drawn away across the room. The ragged part of the prisoners were very anxious to destroy the clothes of the better dressed, and often lighted small pieces of cloth, which they dropped smouldering into their fellow prisoners' pockets. Often the victim, goaded to madness, attacked his tormentors. A fight was then certain to follow. These fights sometimes took place in the daytime, when a ring was regularly formed, and 2 or 3 stood by the door to watch for the officer's approach. More often they occurred at night, and were continued to the bitter end. The prisoners in this way administered serious punishment on one another. Black eyes and broken noses were always to be seen. More cruel injuries were common enough, which did not result from honest hand-to-hand fights. The surgeon's journal produced to the inspectors contained numerous entries of terrible wounds inflicted in a cowardly way. A serious accident, one of the prisoners had a hot poker run into his eye. A lad named Matthew White has had a wound in his eye by a bone thrown at him, which very nearly destroyed vision. There was a disturbance in the transport yard yesterday evening, and the police were called in. During the tumult, a prisoner, who was one of the worst of the rioters, was bruised about the head and body. Watkins's knee joint is very severely injured. A prisoner Baxter is in the infirmary, in consequence of a severe injury to his wrist joint. Watkins' case, referred to above, is made the subject of another and a special report from the surgeon. He was in the transport side when one of his fellows, in endeavouring to strike another prisoner with a large poker, missed his aim and struck Watkins' knee. Violent inflammation and extensive suppuration ensued, and for a considerable time amputation seemed inevitable. After severe suffering prolonged for many months, the inflammation was subdued, but the cartilage of the knee joint was destroyed, and he was crippled for life. On another occasion, a young man who was being violently teased seized a knife and stabbed his tormentor in the back. The prisoner who used the knife was secured, but it was the wardsmen and not the officers to whom the report was made, and no official inquiry or punishment followed. Matters were at times still worse, and the rioting went on to such dangerous lengths as to endanger the safety of the building. On one occasion a disturbance was raised which was not quelled until windows had been broken and forms and tables burnt. The officers were obliged to go in among the prisoners to restore order with drawn cutlasses, but the presence and authority of the governor himself became indispensable. The worst fights occurred on Sunday afternoons, but nearly every night the act of locking up became, from the consequent removal of all supervision, the signal for the commencement of obscene talk, revelry, and violence. Other regulations laid down by the jail acts were still defied. One of these was that prisoners should be restricted to the jail allowance of food, but all could still obtain as much extra, and of a luxurious kind, as their friends chose to bring them in. Visitors were still permitted to come with supplies on given days of the week, about the only limitation being that the food should be cooked and cold. Hot meat, poultry, and fish were also forbidden, but the inspectors found in the ward cupboards mince pies and other pasties, cold joints, hams, and so forth. Many other articles were introduced by visitors, including money, tobacco, pipes, and snuff. From the same source came the 2 or 3 strong files which the inspectors found in one ward, together with 4 bradawls, several large iron spikes, screws, nails, and knives, all of them instruments calculated to facilitate attempts at breaking out of prison, and capable of becoming most dangerous weapons in the hands of desperate and determined men. The nearly indiscriminate admission of visitors, although restricted to certain days, continued to be an unmixed evil. The untried might see their friends 3 times a week, the convicted only once. On these occasions precautions were supposed to be taken to exclude bad characters, yet many persons of notoriously loose life continually obtained egress. Women saw men if they merely pretended to be wives. Even boys were visited by their sweethearts. Decency was, however, ensured by a line of demarcation, and visitors were kept upon each side of a separated double iron railing. But no search was made to intercept prohibited articles at the gate, and there was no permanent gatekeeper, which would have greatly helped to keep out bad characters. Some idea of the difficulty and inconvenience of these lax regulations as regards visiting may be gathered from the statement that as many as 300 were often admitted on the same day, enough to altogether upset what small show of decorum and discipline was still preserved in the prison. Perhaps the worst feature of the visiting system was the permission accorded to male prisoners, under the name of husbands, brothers, and sons, to have access to the female side on Sundays and Wednesdays, in order to visit their supposed relations there. On this female side, where the Ladies' Association still reigned supreme, more system and a greater semblance of decorum was maintained. But there were evils akin to those on the male side, prominent amongst which was the undue influence accorded to prisoners. A female prisoner kept the registers. Wardswomen were allowed much the same authority, with the same temptations to excess, and intoxication was not unknown among them and others. The clothing was still meagre and ragged. the washing places insufficient, and wanting in decency. In some yards the pump was the only provision, and this in a place within sight of visitors, of the windows of the male turnkeys, and unprotected from the weather. There was the same crowding in the sleeping arrangements as on the male side, the same scarcity of bedding. It was a special evil of this part of the prison that the devotional exercises, originally so profitable, had grown into a kind of edifying spectacle, which numbers of well-meaning but inquisitive people were anxious to witness. Thus, when the inspectors visited, there were 23 strangers and only 28 prisoners. The presence of so many strangers, many of them gentlemen, distracted the prisoners' attention and could not be productive of much good. The separation of the sexes was not indeed rigidly carried out in Newgate as yet. We have seen that male prisoners visited their female relations and friends on the female side. Besides this, the gatesmen who prepared the briefs had interviews with female prisoners alone while taking their instructions. A female came alone and unaccompanied by a matron to clean the governor's office in the male prison. Male prisoners carried coal into the female prison, when they saw and could speak or pass letters to the female prisoners, and the men could also at any time go for tea, coffee, and sugar to Mrs. Brown's shop, which was inside the female gate. In the bail dock, where most improper general association was permitted, the female prisoners were often altogether in the charge of male turnkeys. The governor was also personally responsible for gross contravention of this rule of separation, and was in the habit of drawing frequently upon the female prison for prisoners to act as domestic servants in his own private dwelling. Some member of the Ladies' Association observed and commented upon the fact that a young rosy-cheeked girl had been kept by the governor from transportation, while older women in infirm health were sent across the seas. His excuse was that he had given the girl his promise that she should not go, an assumption of prerogative which by no means rested with him. But he afterwards admitted that the girl had been recommended to him by the principal turnkey, who knew something of her friends. This woman was really his servant, employed to help in cleaning, and taken on whenever there was extra work to be done. The governor had a great dislike, he said, to seeing strangers in his house. This girl had been first engaged on account of the extra work entailed by certain prisoners committed by the House of Commons, who had been lodged in the governor's own house. The house at this time was full of men and visitors. Waiters came in from the taverns with meals. Some of the prisoners had their valets, and all these were constantly in and out of the kitchen, where this female prisoner was employed. There was revelling and roystering as usual, with high life below stairs. The governor sent down wine on festive occasions, of which no doubt the prisoner housemaid had her share. It can hardly be denied that the governor, in his treatment of this woman, was acting in flagrant contravention of all rules. End of section 9. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 10 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 10, The First Report of the Inspector of Prisons. 18 years had elapsed since the formation of the Ladies' Association, and Mrs. Fry, with her colleagues, still labored assiduously in Newgate, devoting themselves mainly to the female prison, although their ministrations were occasionally extended to the male side. The inspectors paid tribute to the excellence of the motives of these philanthropic ladies, and recognized the good they did. They had introduced much order and cleanliness, had provided work for those who had hitherto passed their time in total idleness, and had made the treatment of female transports on the way to New South Wales their especial care. They had tried, moreover, by their presence and their pious disinterested efforts, to restrain the dissolute manners and vicious language of the unhappy and depraved inmates. But it was already plain that they constituted an independent authority within the gaols. They were frequently in conflict with the chaplain, who, not strangely, resented the orders issued by the alderman that women should be frequently kept from chapel in order that they might attend the ladies' lectures and exhortations. The admission of a crowd of visitors to assist in these lay services has already been remarked upon. As the inspectors pointed out, it had the bad effect of distracting attention. It tended to dissipate reflection, diminish the gloom of the prison, and mitigate the punishment which the law has sentenced the prisoner to undergo. It is to be feared, too, that although the surface was thus whitewashed and decorous, much that was vicious still festered and rankled beneath, and that when the restraining influences of the ladies were absent, the female prisoners relapsed into immoral and uncleanly discourse. Even in the daytime, when supervision was withdrawn, the language used to be dreadful, says one of the women when under examination, swearing and talking of what crimes they had committed and how they had done it. Another witness declared she had heard the most shocking language in the yard. She said she had never witnessed such scenes before and hopes she never shall again. It was dreadful. After locking up time, which varied, as on the male side, according to the daylight, the scenes were often riotous and disgraceful. The poor, who could afford no luxuries, went to bed early, but were kept awake by the revelries of the rich, who supped royally on the supplies provided from outside, and kept it up till 10 or 11 o'clock. There were frequent quarrels and fights, shoes and other missiles were freely bandied about, and with all this the most dreadful oaths, the worst language, too bad to be repeated, were made use of every night. Bad as were the various parts of the gaol already dealt with, there still remained one where the general callous indifference and mismanagement culminated in cruel, culpable neglect. The condition of the capitally convicted prisoners after sentence was still very disgraceful. The side they occupied, still known as the press yard, consisted of 24 rooms and 15 cells. In these various chambers, until just before the inspectors made their report, all classes of the condemned, those certain to suffer, and the larger number who were nearly certain of a reprieve, were jumbled up together, higgledy-piggledy, the old and the young, the murderer and the child who had broken into a dwelling. All privacy was impossible under the circumstances. At times the numbers congregated together were very great, as many as 50 and 60, even more, were crowded indiscriminately into the press yard. The better disposed complained bitterly of what they had to endure. One man declared that the language of the condemned rooms was disgusting, that he was dying a death every day in being compelled to associate with such characters. In the midst of the noisy and blasphemous talk, no one could pursue his meditations. Any who tried to pray became the sport and ridicule of his brutal fellows. Owing to the repeated entreaties of the criminals who could hardly hope to escape the gallows, some show of classification was carried out, and when the inspectors visited Newgate, they found the 3 certain to die in a day room by themselves. In a second room were 14 more who had every hope of a reprieve. The whole of these 17 had, however, a common airing yard, and took their exercise there at the same time, so that men in the most awful situation, daily expecting to be hanged, were associated continually with a number of those who could look with certainty on a mitigation of punishment. The latter, light-hearted and reckless, conducted themselves in the most unseemly fashion, and with as much indifference as the inmates of the other parts of the prison. They amused themselves after their own fashion, played all day long at blind man's buff and leap-frog, or beat each other with a knotted handkerchief, laughing and uproarious, utterly unmindful of the companionship of men upon whom lay the shadow of an impending shameful death. Men whose cases were dangerous, and those most seriously inclined complained of these annoyances, so subversive of meditation, so disturbing to the thoughts. They suffered sickening anxiety, and wished to be locked up alone. This indiscriminate association lasted for months, during the whole of which time the unhappy convicts, who had but little hope of commutation, were exposed to the mockery of their reckless associates. The brutal callousness of the bulk of the inmates of the press yard may be gathered from the prison punishment book, which frequently recorded such entries as the following: Benjamin Vines and Daniel Ward put in irons for 2 days for breaking the windows of the day room in the condemned cells. Joseph Coleman put in irons for 3 days for striking one of the prisoners in the same place. There were disputes and quarrels constantly among these doomed men. It was a word and blow, an argument clenched always with a fight. The more peaceably disposed found some occupation in making Newgate tokens, leaden hearts, and grinding the impressions off penny pieces, then pricking figures or words on them to give to their friends as memorials. Turnkeys occasionally visited the press yard, but its occupants were under little or no control. The chaplain, who might have been expected to make these men his peculiar care, and who at one time had visited them frequently, often several times a week, had relaxed his efforts because, according to his own account, he was so frequently stopped in the performance of his duties. In his evidence before the inspectors he declared that for years he gave his whole time to his duties, from an early hour in the morning till late in the afternoon. He left off because he was so much interfered with and laughed at, and from seeing that no success attended his efforts, owing to the evils arising from association. Latterly his ministrations to the condemned had been restricted to a visit on Sunday afternoons, and occasionally about once a fortnight on a weekday. It is only fair to Mr. Cotton to add that, according to his own journal, he was unremitting in his attentions to convicts who were actually cast for death, and the day of whose execution was fixed. He had no doubt a difficult mission to discharge. On the one hand, the Ladies' Association, supported and encouraged by public approval, trenched upon his peculiar province. On the other, the governor of the jail sneered at his zeal, stigmatized his often most just strictures on abuses as a bundle of nonsense, and the aldermen, when he appealed to them for protection and countenance, generally sided with his opponents. Nevertheless, the inspectors summed up against him. While admitting that he had had many difficulties to contend with, and that he had again and again protested against the obstacles thrown in his way, the inspectors cannot forbear expressing their opinion that he might have shown greater perseverance in the face of impediments confessedly discouraging, as regards the private teaching of prisoners. And they went on to say that a resolved adherence, in spite of discouragements the most disheartening, to that line of conduct which his duty imposed on him, would, it is probable, have eventually overcome the reluctance of some of the prisoners at least, and would have possessed so much moral dignity as effectually to rebuke and abash the profane spirit of the more insolent and daring of the criminals. The lax discipline maintained in Newgate was still further deteriorated by the presence of 2 other classes of prisoners who ought never to have been inmates of such a jail. One of these were the criminal lunatics, who were at this time, and for long previous, continuously imprisoned there. As the law stood since the passing of the 9th George IV. c. 40, any 2 justices might remove a prisoner found to be insane, either on commitment or arraignment, to an asylum, and the Secretary of State had the same power as regards any who became insane while undergoing sentence. These powers were not invariably put in force, and there were in consequence many unhappy lunatics in Newgate and other jails, whose proper place was the asylum. At the time the Lords' Committee sat, there were 8 thus retained in Newgate, and a return in the appendix of the Lords' report gives a total of 39 lunatics confined in various jails, many of them guilty of murder and other serious crimes. The inspectors in the following year, on examining the facts, found that some of these poor creatures had been in confinement for long periods, at Newgate and York Castle as long as 5 years, at Ilchester and Morpeth for 7 years, at Warwick for 8 years, at Buckingham and Hereford for 11 years, at Appleby for 13 years, at Anglesey for 15 years, at Exeter for 16 years, and at Pembroke for not less a period than 24 years. It was manifestly wrong that such persons, visited by the most awful of calamities, should be detained in a common prison. Not only did their presence tend greatly to interfere with the discipline of the prison, but their condition was deplorable in the extreme. The lunatic became the sport of the idle and the depraved. His cure was out of the question. He was placed in a situation beyond all others calculated to confirm his malady and prolong his sufferings. The matter was still further complicated at Newgate by the presence within the walls of sham lunatics. Some of those included in the category had actually been returned as sane from the asylum to which they had been sent, and there was always some uncertainty as to who was mad and who not. Prisoners, indeed, were known to boast that they had saved their necks by feigning insanity. It was high time that the unsatisfactory state of the law as regards the treatment of criminal lunatics should be remedied, and not the least of the good services rendered by the new inspectors was their inquiry into the status of these unfortunate people and their recommendation to improve it. The other inmates of the prison of an exceptional character, and exempted from the regular discipline, such as it was, were the 10 persons committed to Newgate by the House of Commons in 1835. These were the gentlemen concerned in the bribery case at Ipswich in 1835, when a petition was presented against the return of Messrs. Adam Dundas and Fitzroy Kelly. Various witnesses, including Messrs. J.B. Dasent, Pilgrim, Bond, and Clamp, had refused to give evidence before the House of Commons committee. A speaker's warrant was issued for their arrest when they absconded. Mr. J.E. Sparrow and Mr. Clipperton, the parliamentary agents of the members whose election was impugned, were implicated in aiding and abetting the others to abscond, and a Mr. O'Malley, counsel for the 2 M.P.s, was also concerned. Pilgrim and Dasent were caught and given into the custody of the sergeant-at-arms, and the rest were either arrested or they surrendered. A resolution at once passed the House without division to commit the whole to Newgate, where they remained for various terms. Dasent and Pilgrim were released in 10 days, on making due submission. O'Malley sent in a medical certificate, declaring that the imprisonment was endangering his life, and after some question he was also released. The rest were detained for more than a month, it being considered that they were the most guilty, as being either professional agents who advised the others to abscond, or witnesses who did not voluntarily come forward when the chance was given them. Many of the old customs once prevalent in the State side, so properly condemned and abolished, were revived for the convenience of these gentlemen, whose incarceration was thus rendered as little like imprisonment as possible. A certain number, who could afford the high rate of a guinea per diem, fixed by the under-sheriff, were lodged in the governor's house, slept there, and had their meals provided for them from the Sessions House or London coffee-house. A few others, who could not afford a payment of more than half a guinea, were permitted to monopolize a part of the prison infirmary, where the upper ward was exclusively appropriated to their use. They also had their meals sent in, and with the food, wine almost ad libitum. A prisoner, one of the wardsmen, waited on those in the infirmary. The occupants of the governor's house had their own servants, or the governor's. As a rule, visitors, many of them persons of good position, came and went all day long, and as late as 9 at night, some to the infirmary, many more to the governor's house. There were no restraints, cards and backgammon were played, and the time passed in feasting and revelry. Even Mr. Cope admitted that the committal of this class of prisoners to Newgate was most inconvenient, and the inspectors expressed themselves still more strongly in reprehension of the practice. The infirmary at this particular period epitomized the condition of the gaol at large. It was diverted from its proper uses, and, as the place of the greatest comfort, was allotted to persons who should not have been sent to Newgate at all. All the evils of indiscriminate association were strongly accentuated by the crowd collected within its narrow limits. It may easily be imagined, say the inspectors, in speaking of the prison generally, what must be the state of discipline in a place filled with characters so various as were assembled there, where the tried and the untried, the sick and the healthy, the sane and the insane, the young and the old, the trivial offender and the man about to suffer the extreme penalty of the law, are all huddled together without discrimination, oversight, or control. Enough has probably been extracted from this most damnatory report to give a complete picture of the disgraceful state in which Newgate still remained in 1835. The inspectors, however, honestly admitted that although the site of the prison was convenient, its construction was as bad could be. Valuable space was cumbered with many long and winding passages, numerous staircases, and unnecessarily thick and cumbrous inner walls. The wards were in some cases spacious, but they were entirely unsuited for separation or the inspection of prisoners. The yards were narrow and confined, mainly because the ground plan was radically vicious. These were evils inseparable from the place. But there were others remediable under a better system of management. More attention to ventilation, which was altogether neglected and inadequate, would have secured a better atmosphere for the unhappy inmates, who constantly breathed an air heavy and, when the wards were first opened in the morning, particularly offensive. Again, the discipline commonly deemed inseparable from every place of durance was entirely wanting. The primary object of committing a prisoner to jail, as the inspectors pointed out, was to deter not only the criminal himself, but others from crime, and to dispose him by meditation and seclusion to return to an honest life. But at Newgate, the convicted prisoner, instead of privation and hard fare, is permitted to purchase whatever his own means or the means of his friends in or out of prison can afford, and he can almost invariably procure the luxuries of his class of life, beer and tobacco in abundance. Instead of seclusion and meditation, his time is passed in the midst of a body of criminals of every class and degree in riot, debauchery, and gaming, vaunting his own adventures or listening to those of others, communicating his own skill and aptitude in crime, or acquiring the lessons of greater adepts. He has access to newspapers, and of course prefers that description which are expressly prepared for his own class, and which abound in vulgar adventure, in criminal enterprise, and in the histories of the police, the jail, and the scaffold. He is allowed intercourse with prostitutes, who, in 9 cases out of 10, have originally conduced to his ruin, and his connection with them is confirmed by that devotion and generosity towards their paramours in adversity for which these otherwise degraded women are remarkable. Having thus passed his time, he returns a greater adept in crime, with a wider acquaintance among criminals, and, what perhaps is even more injurious to him, is generally known to all the worst men in the country, not only without the inclination, but almost without the ability of returning to an honest life. These pungent and well-grounded strictures applied with still greater force to the unconvicted prisoner, the man who came to the prison innocent and still uncontaminated, to be subjected to the same baneful influences and to suffer the same moral deterioration, whether ultimately convicted or set free. The whole system, or more correctly the want of system, was baneful and pernicious to the last degree. The evils of such association were aggravated by the unbroken idleness. One evil inflamed the other. Reformation or any kind of moral improvement was impossible. The prisoner's career was inevitably downward, till he struck the lowest depths. Forced and constant intercourse with the most depraved individuals of his own class, the employment of those means and agents by which the lowest passions and the most vulgar propensities of man are perpetually kept in the highest state of excitement. Drink, gaming, obscene and blasphemous language, utter idleness, the almost unrestricted admission of money and luxuries, uncontrolled conversation with visitors of the very worst description, prostitutes, thieves, receivers of stolen goods, all the tumultuous and diversified passions and emotions which circumstances like these must necessarily generate, forbid the faintest shadow of a hope that in a soil so unfavorable for moral culture any awakening truth, salutary exhortation, or imperfect resolutions of amendment can take root or grow. Strong as were the foregoing remarks, the inspectors wound up their report in still more trenchant language, framing a terrible indictment against those responsible for the condition of Newgate. Their words deserve to be quoted in full. "We cannot close these remarks," say the inspectors, "without an expression of the painful feelings with which we submit to your lordship this picture of the existing state of Newgate. That in this vast metropolis, the centre of wealth, civilization, and information, distinguished as the seat of religion, worth, and philanthropy, where is to be found in operation every expedient by which ignorance may be superseded by knowledge, idleness by industry, and suffering by benevolence, that in the metropolis of this highly favoured country, to which the eyes of other lands turn for example, a system of prison discipline such as that enforced in Newgate should be for a number of years in undisturbed operation, not only in contempt of religion and humanity, but in opposition to the recorded denunciations of authority, and in defiance of the express enactments of the law, is indeed a subject which cannot but impress every considerate mind with humiliation and sorrow. We trust, however, that the day is at hand when this stain will be removed from the character of the city of London, and when the first municipal authority of our land will be no longer subjected to the reproach of fostering an institution which outrages the rights and feelings of humanity, defeats the ends of justice, and disgraces the profession of a Christian country." The publication of this report raised a storm in the city, and the corporation was roused to make an immediate protest. A committee of aldermen was forthwith appointed to report upon the inspector's report, and the result was another lengthy blue book, printed in the Parliamentary Papers, 1836, traversing where it was possible the statements of the inspectors, and offering explanation and palliation of such evils as could not be denied. The inspectors retorted without loss of time, reiterating their charges, and pointing out that the committee of aldermen, by its own admission, justified the original allegations. It was impossible to deny the indiscriminate association, the gambling, drinking, smoking, quarrelling in the jail, the undue authority given to prisoners, the levying of garnish under another name, the neglect of the condemned convicts, the filthy condition of the wards, the insufficiency of bedding and clothing, the misemployment of officers and prisoners by the governor. The corporation evidently had the worst of it, and began to feel the necessity for undertaking the great work of reform. Next year we find the inspectors expressing their satisfaction that the full and faithful exposure which we felt it our duty to make of Newgate has been productive of at least some advantage, inasmuch as it has aroused the attention of those upon whom parliamentary reports and grand jury presentments had hitherto failed to make the slightest impression. The measures of improvement introduced were mainly as follows: the fixing of inspection holes in the doors and walls, so as to ensure more supervision, of windows opening into the well holes, to give better light and ventilation, the construction of bed places, 3 tiers high alongside the walls for males, 2 tiers for females, the provision of dining rooms and dining tables. The infirmary was enlarged, the admission of visitors limited, and the passing of articles prevented by a wire screen. The windows were to be glazed and painted to prevent prisoners from looking out. Baths, fumigating places for clothing, wash-house, and the removal of dustbins completed the new arrangements in the main prison. In the press yard, the press room and ward above it were parcelled out into 9 separate sleeping cells. Each was provided with an iron bedstead, and a small desk at which the condemned man might read or write. But the one great and most crying evil remained unremedied. The mischief of jail associations, say the inspectors, which has been demonstrably proved to be the fruitful source of all the abuses and irregularities which have so long disgraced Newgate, is not only permitted still to exist in the prison, but is rendered more powerful than before. In endeavouring to arrest contamination, prisoners were more closely confined and associated in smaller numbers, but this had the effect of throwing them into closer contact, and of making them more intimately acquainted with, more directly influential upon, one another. In the inspector's fourth report, dated 1839, they return to the charge, and again call the corporation to task for their mismanagement of Newgate. Abuses and irregularities, which had been partially remedied by the reform introduced in 1837, were once more in the ascendant. In our late visits, they say, we have seen manifest indications of a retrograde movement in this respect, and a tendency to return to much of that laxity and remissness which formerly marked the management of this prison. Again, the following year the inspectors repeat their charge. The prominent evils of this prison, Newgate, evils which the alterations made within the last 4 years have failed to remove, are the association of prisoners and the unusual contamination to which such association gives rise. For nearly 22 hours out of the 24, the prisoners are locked up, during which time no officer is stationed in the ward with them. They go on to say, Newgate is only less extensively injurious than formerly because it is less crowded. The effects of the imprisonment are to vitiate its inmates, to extend their acquaintanceship with each other, to corrupt the prisoner charged with an offence of which he may be innocent, and to confirm in guilt the young and inexperienced offender. The reports, as the years flow on, reiterate the same complaints. Much bitterness of feeling is evidently engendered, and the corporation grows more and more angry with the inspectors. The prison officials appear to be on the side of the inspectors, to the great dissatisfaction of the corporation, who claimed the full allegiance and support of its servants. In a resolution passed by the Court of Aldermen on 18th March 1842, I find it ordered that the ordinary of Newgate be restricted from making any communications to the Home Office or the inspectors of prisons, and that he be required wholly to confine himself to the performance of his duty as prescribed by Act of Parliament. The inspectors were not to be deterred, however, by any opposition from the earnest discharge of their functions, and continued to report against Newgate. In their 10th report, they state that they are compelled by an imperative sense of duty to advert in terms of decided condemnation to the lamentable condition of the prisons of the City of London, Newgate, Giltspur St. Compter, and the City Bridewell, in which the master evil of jail association and consequent contamination still continues to operate directly to the encouragement of crime. The plan adopted for ventilating the dining room on the master's side and that of the middle yard is very inefficient. It consists of several circular perforations, about 2 inches in diameter, slanting downwards from the top of the walls to the outside adjoining the slaughter-houses of Newgate Market, and occasionally in hot weather, instead of ventilating the apartments, they only serve to convey the offensive effluvia arising from the decaying animal matter into the dining rooms. Sometimes the stench in hot weather is said to be very bad. Many rats also come through these so-called ventilators, as they open close to the ground at the back of the prison. At the same time, the inspectors animadvert strongly upon the misconduct of prisoners and the frequency of prison punishments, both offences and punishments affording a sufficient index to the practices going forward, and they wind up by declaring that a strict compliance with their duties gave them no choice but to report matters as we found them, and again to protest against Newgate as it at present exists. No complete and permanent improvement was indeed possible while Newgate remained unchanged. It was not till the erection of the new prison at Holloway in 1850, and the entire internal reconstruction of Newgate according to new ideas, that the evils so justly complained of and detailed in this chapter were entirely removed. But these are matters which will occupy a later page in my narrative. End of section 10. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 11 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths, Section 11, Executions, Part 1. I propose to return now to the subject of Newgate executions, which we left at the time of the discontinuance of the long-practiced procession to Tyburn. The reasons for this change were fully set forth in a previous chapter. The terrible spectacle was as demoralizing to the public, for whose admonition it was intended, as the exposure was brutal and cruel towards the principal actors. The decision to remove the scene of action to the immediate front of the jail itself was in the right direction, as making the performance shorter and diminishing the area of display. But the Old Bailey was not exclusively used. At first, and for some few years after 1784, executions took place occasionally at a distance from Newgate. This was partly due to the survival of the old notion that the scene of the crime ought also to witness the retribution, partly perhaps because residents in and about the Old Bailey raised a loud protest against the constant erection of the scaffold in their neighbourhood. As regards the first, I find that in 1786 John Hogan, the murderer of a Mr. Odell, an attorney who resided in Charlotte Street, Rathbone Place, was executed on a gibbet in front of his victim's house. Lawrence Jones, a burglar, was in 1793 ordered for execution in Hatton Garden, near the house he had robbed, and when he evaded the sentence by suicide, his body was exhibited in the same neighbourhood, extended upon a plank on the top of an open cart, in his clothes, and fettered. Again, as late as 1809 and 1812, Execution Dock, on the banks of the Thames, was still retained. Here John Sutherland, commander of the British armed transport the Friends, suffered on the 29th June, 1809, for the murder of his cabin boy, whom he stabbed after much ill usage on board the ship as it lay in the Tagus. On the 18th December, 1812, two sailors, Charles Palm and Sam Tilling, were hanged at the same place for the murder of their captain, James Keith, of the trading vessel Adventure, upon the high seas. They were taken in a cart to the place of execution, amidst a vast concourse of people. Palm, as soon as he was seated in the cart, put a quid of tobacco into his mouth and offered another to his companion, who refused it with indignation. Some indications of pity were offered for the fate of Tilling. Palm, execration alone. But the Old Bailey gradually, and in spite of all objections urged, monopolized the dread business of execution. The first affair of the kind on this spot was on the 3rd December, 1783, when, in pursuance of an order issued by the Recorder to the sheriffs of Middlesex and the keeper of His Majesty's jail, Newgate, a scaffold was erected in front of that prison for the execution of several convicts named by the Recorder. 10 were executed, the scaffold hung with black, and the inhabitants of the neighbourhood, having petitioned the sheriffs to remove the scene of execution to the old place, were told that the plan had been well considered and would be persevered in. The following 23rd April, it is stated that the malefactors ordered for execution on the 18th, instead, were brought out of Newgate about 8 in the morning and suspended on a gallows of a new construction. After hanging the usual time, they were taken down, and the machine cleared away in half an hour. By practice the art is much improved, and there is no part of the world in which villains are hanged in so neat a manner and with so little ceremony. A full description of this new gallows, which was erected in front of the debtor's door, is to be found in contemporary records. The criminals are not exposed to view till they mount the fatal stage. The last part of the stage, or that next to the jail, is enclosed by a temporary roof, under which are placed 2 seats for the reception of the sheriffs, one on each side of the stairs leading to the scaffold. Round the north, west, and south sides are erected galleries for the reception of officers, attendants, etc. And at the distance of 5 feet from the same is fixed a strong railing all round the scaffold to enclose a place for the constables. In the middle of this machinery is placed a movable platform in form of a trapdoor 10 feet long by 8 wide, on the middle of which is placed the gibbet, extending from the jail across the Old Bailey. This movable platform is raised 6 inches higher than the rest of the scaffold, and on it the convicts stand. It is supported by 2 beams, which are held in their place by bolts. The movement of the lever withdraws the bolts, the platform falls in. And this, being much more sudden and regular than that of a cart being drawn away, has the effect of immediate death. A broadsheet dated April 24th, 1787, describing an execution on the newly invented scaffold before the debtor's door, Newgate, says, "The scaffold on which these miserable people suffered is a temporary machine which was drawn out of the yard of the Sessions House by horses. It is supported by strong posts fixed into grooves made in the street. The whole is temporary, being all calculated to take to pieces, which are preserved within the prison." This contrivance appears to have been copied with improvements from that which had been used in Dublin at a still earlier date, for that city claims the priority in establishing the custom of hanging criminals at the jail itself. The Dublin engine of death, as the gallows are styled in the account from which the following description is taken, consisted of an iron bar parallel to the prison wall, and about 4 feet from it, but strongly affixed thereto with iron scroll clamps. From this bar hang several iron loops, in which the halters are tied. Under this bar, at a proper distance, is a piece of flooring or platform, projecting somewhat beyond the range of the iron bar, and swinging upon hinges affixed to the wall. The entrance upon this floor or leaf is from the middle window over the gate of the prison, and this floor is supported below, while the criminals stand upon it, by 2 pieces of timber, which are made to slide in and out of the prison wall through apertures made for that purpose. When the criminals are tied up and prepared for their fate, this floor suddenly falls down, upon withdrawing the supporters inwards. They are both drawn at once by a windlass, and the unhappy culprits remain suspended. This mode of execution, it is alleged, gave rise to the old vulgar chaff, "Take care, or you'll die at the fall of the leaf." The machinery in use in Dublin is much the same as that employed at many gaols nowadays, but the fall apart and inwards of 2 leaves is considered superior. The latter is the method still followed at Newgate. The sentences inflicted in front of Newgate were not limited to hanging. In the few years which elapsed between the establishment of the gallows at Newgate and the abolition of the practice of burning females for petty treason, more than one woman suffered this penalty at the Old Bailey. One case is preserved by Catnach, that of Phoebe Harris, who in 1788 was barbarously executed and burnt before Newgate for coining. She is described as a well-made little woman, something more than 30 years of age, of a pale complexion and not disagreeable features. When she came out of prison, She appeared languid and terrified, and trembled greatly as she advanced to the stake, where the apparatus for the punishment she was about to experience seemed to strike her mind with horror and consternation, to the exclusion of all power of recollectedness in preparation for the approaching awful moment. She walked from the debtor's door to a stake fixed in the ground about half-way between the scaffold and Newgate Street. She was immediately tied by the neck to an iron bolt fixed near the top of the stake, and after praying fervently for a few minutes, the steps on which she stood were drawn away, and she was left suspended. A chain fastened by nails to the stake was then put round her body by the executioner with his assistants. 2 cartloads of faggots were piled about her, and after she had hung for half an hour, the fire was kindled. The flames presently burned the halter, the body fell a few inches, and hung then by the iron chain. The fire had not quite burnt out at 12, in nearly 4 hours, that is to say. A great concourse of people attended on this melancholy occasion. The change from Tyburn to the Old Bailey had worked no improvement as regards the gathering together of the crowd or its demeanour. As many spectators as ever thronged to see the dreadful show, and they were packed into a more limited space, disporting themselves as heretofore by brutal horseplay, coarse jests, and frantic yells. It was still the custom to offer warm encouragement or bitter disapproval according to the character and antecedents of the sufferer. The highwayman, whose exploits many in the crowd admired or emulated, was cheered and bidden to die game. The man of better birth could hope for no sympathy whatever his crime. At the execution of Governor Wall in 1802, the furious hatred of the mob was plainly apparent in their appalling cries. His appearance on the scaffold was the signal for 3 prolonged shouts from an innumerable populace, the brutal effusion of one common sentiment. It was said that so large a crowd had never collected since the execution of Mrs. Brownrigg, nor had the public indignation risen so high. Piemen and balladmonger did their usual roaring trade amidst the dense throng. No sooner was the job finished than half a dozen competitors appeared, each offering the identical rope for sale at $1 an inch. One was the yeoman of the halter, a Newgate official, the executioner's assistant, whom Mr. T.J. Smith, who was present at the execution, describes as a most diabolical-looking little wretch, Jack Ketch's head man. The yeoman was, however, undersold by his wife, Rosy Emma, exuberant in talk, and hissing hot from Pie Corner, where she had taken her morning dose of gin and bitters. A little further off, says Mr. Smith, was a lath of a fellow past 70 years, who had just arrived from the purlieus of Black Boy Alley, woebegone as Romeo's apothecary, exclaiming, "Here's the identical rope at 6d. an inch." Mr. Smith's account of the condemned convict, whose cell he was permitted to enter, may be inserted here. He was introduced by the ordinary, Dr. Ford, a name familiar to the reader, who met him at the felon's door in his canonicals, and with his head as stiffly erect as a sheriff's coachman. The ordinary gravely uttered, "Come this way, Mr. Smith." As we crossed the press-yard a cock crew, and the solitary clanking of a restless chain was dreadfully horrible. The prisoners had not risen. They entered a stone-cold room, and were presently joined by the prisoner. He was death's counterfeit, tall, shrivelled, and pale, and his soul shot out so piercingly through the portholes of his head that the first glance of him nearly petrified me. His hands were clasped, and he was truly penitent. After the yeoman had requested him to stand up, he pinioned him, as the Newgate phrase is, and tied the cord with so little feeling that the governor, Wall, who had not given the wretch his accustomed fee, observed, "You have tied me very tight," upon which Dr. Ford ordered him to slacken the cord, which he did, but not without muttering. "Thank you, sir," said the governor to the doctor. "It is of little moment." He then made some observations to the attendant about the fire, and turning to the doctor, questioned him. "Do tell me, sir. I am informed I shall go down with great force. Is it so?" After the construction and action of the machine had been explained, the doctor asked the governor what kind of men he had commanded at Goree, where the murder for which he was condemned had been committed. "Sir," he answered, "they sent me the very riffraff." The poor soul then joined the doctor in prayer, and never did I witness more contrition at any condemned sermon than he then evinced. The sheriff arrived, attended by his officers, to receive the prisoner from the keeper. A new hat was partly flattened on his head, for, owing to its being too small in the crown, it stood many inches too high behind. As we were crossing the press yard, the dreadful execrations of some of the felons so shook his frame that he observed the clock had struck, and quickening his pace, he soon arrived at the room where the sheriff was to give a receipt for his body according to the usual custom. Before the colonel had been pinioned, he had pulled out 2 white handkerchiefs, one of which he bound over his temples so as nearly to conceal his eyes. The other he kept between his hands. Over the handkerchief around his brows he placed a white cap, the new hat being on top of all. He was dressed in a mixed-coloured loose coat with a black collar, swan-down waistcoat, blue pantaloons, and white silk stockings. Thus apparelled, he ascended the stairs at the debtors' door, and stepped out onto the platform to be received, as has been said, by prolonged yells. These evidently deprived him of the small portion of fortitude he had summoned up. He bowed his head under extreme pressure of ignominy, and at his request the ordinary drew the cap further down over his face, when in an instant, without waiting for any signal, the platform dropped, and he was launched into eternity. Whenever the public attention had been specially called to a particular crime, either on account of its atrocity, the doubtfulness of the issue, or the superior position of the perpetrator, the attendance at the execution was certain to be tumultuous, and the conduct of the mob disorderly. This was notably the case at the execution of Holloway and Haggerty in 1807, an event long remembered from the fatal and disastrous consequences which followed it. They were accused by a confederate who, goaded by conscience, had turned approver of the murder of a Mr. Steele, who kept a lavender warehouse in the city, and who had gardens at Feltham, whither he often went to distill the lavender, returning to London the same evening. One night he was missing, and after a long interval his dead body was discovered, shockingly disfigured, in a ditch. This was in 1802. 4 years passed without the detection of the murderers, but in the beginning of 1807 one of them, at that time just sentenced to transportation, made a full confession and implicated Holloway and Haggerty. They were accordingly apprehended and brought to trial, the informer, Hanfield by name, being accepted as king's evidence. Conviction followed mainly on his testimony, but the 2 men, especially Holloway, stoutly maintained their innocence to the last. Very great excitement prevailed in the town throughout the trial, and this greatly increased when the verdict was known. An enormous crowd assembled to witness the execution, amounting, it was said, to the hitherto unparalleled number of 40,000. By 8 o'clock not an inch of ground in front of the platform was unoccupied. The pressure soon became so frightful that many would have willingly escaped from the crowd, but their attempts only increased the general confusion. Very soon women began to scream with terror. Some, especially of low stature, found it difficult to remain standing, and several, although held up for some time by the men nearest them, presently fell, and were at once trampled to death. Cries of "Murder! Murder!" were now raised, and added greatly to the horrors of the scene. Panic became general. More women, children, and many men were borne down to perish beneath the feet of the rest. The most affecting and distressing scene was at Green Arbor Lane, just opposite the debtors' door of the prison. Here a couple of piemen had been selling their wares. The basket of one of them, which was raised upon a four-legged stool, was upset. The pieman stooped down to pick up his scattered stock, and some of the mob, not seeing what had happened, stumbled over him. No one who fell ever rose again. Among the rest was a woman with an infant at the breast. She was killed, but in the act of falling she forced her child into the arms of a man near her, and implored him in God's name to save it. The man, needing all his care for his own life, threw the child from him, and it passed along the heads of the crowd, to be caught at last by a person who struggled with it to a cart and deposited it there in safety. In another part, 7 persons met their death by suffocation. In this convulsive struggle for bare existence, people fought fiercely with one another, and the weakest, of course the women, went under. One cartload of spectators having broken down, some of its occupants fell off the vehicle and were instantly trampled to death. This went on for more than an hour, and until the malefactors were cut down and the gallows removed. Then the mob began to thin, and the streets were cleared by the city marshals and a number of constables. The catastrophe exceeded the worst anticipations. Nearly 100 dead and dying lay about, and after all had been removed, the bodies for identification, the wounded to hospitals, a cartload of shoes, hats, petticoats, and fragments of wearing apparel were picked up. St. Bartholomew's Hospital was converted into an impromptu morgue, and all persons who had relatives missing were admitted to identify them. Among the dead was a sailor lad whom no one knew. He had his pockets filled with bread and cheese, and it was generally supposed that he had come a long distance to see the fatal show. A tremendous crowd assembled when Bellingham was executed in 1812 for the murder of Spencer Perceval, at that time Prime Minister, but there were no serious accidents beyond those caused by the goring of a maddened, overdriven ox, which forced its way through the crowd. Precautions had been taken by the erection of barriers and the posting of placards at all the avenues to the Old Bailey, on which was printed, "Beware of entering the crowd. Remember 30 poor persons were pressed to death by the crowd when Haggerty and Holloway were executed." The concourse was very great, notwithstanding these warnings. It was still greater at Fauntleroy's execution in 1824, when no less than 100,000 persons assembled, it was said. Every window and roof which could command a view of the horrible performance was occupied. All the avenues and approaches, places even whence nothing whatever could be seen of the scaffold, were blocked by persons who had overflowed from the area in front of the gaol. At Courvoisier's execution in 1840 it was the same, or worse. As early as 6 a.m. the number assembled already exceeded that seen on ordinary occasions. By 7 a.m. the whole space was so thronged that it was impossible to move one way or the other. Some persons were kept for more than 5 hours standing against the barriers, and many nearly fainted from exhaustion. Every window had its party of occupants. The adjoining roofs were equally crowded. High prices were asked and paid for front seats or good standing room. As much as £5 was given for the attic story of the Lamb's Coffee House. £2 was a common price for a window. At the George public house, to the south of the drop, Sir W. Watkin Wynne, Baronet, hired a room for the night and morning, which he and a large party of friends occupied before and during the execution. In an adjoining house, that of an undertaker, was Lord Alfred Paget, also with several friends. Those who had hired apartments spent the night in them, keeping up their courage with liquids and cigars. Numbers of ladies were present, although the public feeling was much against their attendance. One well-dressed woman fell out of a first-floor window onto the shoulders of the crowd below, but neither she nor anyone else was greatly hurt. The city authorities had endeavored to take all precautions against panic and excitement among the crowd, and caused a number of stout additional barriers to be erected in front of the scaffold, and although one of these gave way owing to the extraordinary pressure, no serious accident occurred. Some years later, an eye-witness published a graphic account of one of these scenes. Soon after midnight on the Sunday night, for by this time the present practice of executing on Monday morning had been pretty generally introduced, the crowd began to congregate in and about the Old Bailey. Gin shops and coffee houses were the first to open doors, and touts began to bid for tenants for the various rooms upstairs. Cries of "Comfortable room," "Excellent situation," "Beautiful prospect," "Splendid view," resounded on every side. By this time the workmen might be heard busily erecting the gallows. The sounds of hammer and saw intermingled with the broad jeers and coarse jests of the rapidly increasing mob. One by one the huge uprights of black timber were fitted together, until presently the huge stage loomed dark above the crowd, which was now ranged round the barriers, a throng of people whom neither rain, snow, storm, nor darkness ever hindered from attending the show. They were mainly members of the criminal classes. Their conversation was of companions and associates of former years, long ago imprisoned, transported, hanged, while they, hoary-headed and hardened in guilt, were still at large. They talked of the days when the convicts were hung up a dozen or more in a row, of those who had shown the white and those who had died game. The approaching ceremony had evidently no terrors for these idolaters of the gallows. With them were younger men and women, the former already vowed to the same criminal career, and looking up to their elders with the respect due to successful practitioners; the latter, unsexed and brutalized by dissipation, slipshod and slovenly, in crushed bonnet and dirty shawl, the gown fastened by a single hook, their harsh and half-cracked voices full of maudlin, besotted sympathy for those about to die. Above the murmur and tumult of that noisy assembly, the lowing and bleating of cattle, as they were driven into the stalls and pens of Smithfield, fell with a strange, unnatural sound upon the ear. Hush! The unceasing murmur of the mob now breaks into a loud, deep roar, a sound as if the ocean had suddenly broken through some ancient boundary against which its ever restless billows had for ages battered. The wide dark sea of heads is all at once in motion. Each wave seems trying to overleap the other as they are drawn onwards towards this outlet. Every link in that great human chain is shaken. Along the whole lengthened line has the motion jarred, and each in turn sees, coiled up on the floor of the scaffold like a serpent, the hangman's rope. The human hand that placed it there was only seen for a moment, as it lay, white and ghastly, upon the black boards, and then again was as suddenly withdrawn, as if ashamed of the deed it had done. The loud shout of the multitude once more subsided, or only fell upon the abstracted ear like the dreamy murmur of an ocean shell. Then followed sounds more distinct and audible, in which ginger beer, pies, fried fish, sandwiches, and fruit were vended under the names of notorious murderers, highwaymen, and criminals, famous in the annals of Newgate for the hardihood they had displayed in the hour of execution, when they terminated their career of crime at the gallows. Threading his way among these itinerant vendors was seen the meek-faced deliverer of tracts, the man of good intentions, now bonneted, now laughed at, the skirt of his seedy black coat torn across, yet, though pulled right and left, or sent headlong into the crowd by the swing of some brutal and muscular arm, never once from that pale face passed away its benign and patient expression, but ever the same form moved along in the fulfilment of his mission in spite of all persecution. Another fight followed the score which had already taken place. This time 2 women were the combatants. Blinded with their long hair, they tore at each other like 2 furies. Their bonnets and caps were trodden under foot in the kennel, and lay disregarded beside the body of the poor dog which, while searching for its master in the crowd, was an hour before kicked to death by the savage and brutal mob. Another deep roar, louder than any which had preceded it, broke from the multitude. Then came the cry of "Hats off!" and "Down in front!" as at a theatre. It was followed by the deep and solemn booming of the death bell from the church of St. Sepulchre, the iron knell that rang upon the beating heart of the living man who was about to die, and with blanched cheek and sinking we turned away from the scene. In thus describing the Saturnalia before the gallows, I have been drawn on somewhat beyond the period with which I am at present dealing. Let me retrace my steps, and speak more in detail of the treatment of the condemned in those bloodthirsty and brutally indifferent days, and of their demeanour after sentence until the last penalty was paid. One of the worst evils was the terrible and long protracted uncertainty as to the result. In the case of convicted murderers only was prompt punishment inflicted, and with them indeed this despatch amounted to undue precipitancy. 48 hours was the limit of time allowed to the unhappy man to make his peace, and during that time he was still kept on a bare allowance of bread and water. But the murderers formed only a small proportion of the total number sentenced to death, and for the rest there was a long period of anxious suspense, although in the long run mercy generally prevailed, and very few capitally convicted for crimes less than murder actually suffered. Thus, in the years between May 1st, 1827, and 30th April, 1831, no less than 451 sentences of death for capital crimes were passed at the Old Bailey, but of these 396 were reversed by the King in Council, and only 52 were really executed. Already the severity of our criminal code, and the number of capital felonies upon the statute book, had brought a reaction, and while the courts adhered to the letter of the law, appeals were constantly made to the royal prerogative of mercy. This was more particularly the practice in London. Judges on assize were satisfied with simply recording a sentence of death against offenders whom they did not think deserved the extreme penalty. At the Old Bailey, almost everyone capitally convicted by a jury was sentenced to be hanged. The result in the latter case was left in the first place to the King in Council, but there was a further appeal then, as now, to the King himself, or practically to the Home Secretary. Neither in town or country were cases entirely taken on their own merits. Convicted offenders might have good or bad luck. They might be arraigned when their particular crime was uncommon, and were then nearly certain to escape. Or theirs might be one of many, and it might be considered necessary to make an example. In this latter, it might fairly be said that a man was put to death less for his own sins than for the crimes of others. The absurdity of the system, its irregularity and cruelty, were fully touched upon by the inspectors of prisons in their first report. They found at Newgate, under disgraceful conditions as already described, 17 capital convicts, upon all of whom the sentence of death had been passed. Eventually, 2 only of the whole number suffered. 2 others were sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment, and the balance to varying terms. Nothing could be more strongly marked than the contrast between the ultimate destiny of different individuals, all abiding the same awful doom. On the one hand the gallows, on the other a short imprisonment. The inspectors very properly desired to call attention to the inevitable tendency in this mode of dealing with the most awful sanctions of the law, to make those sanctions an object of contemptuous mockery. The consequences were plainly proved to the inspectors. Capitally convicted prisoners did, as a matter of fact, treat with habitual and inexpressible levity the sentence of death. Of this I have treated at length in the last chapter. The time thus spent varied considerably, but it was seldom less than 6 weeks. It all depended upon the sovereign's disposition to do business. Sometimes the Privy Council did not meet for months, and during all that time the convicts languished with hope, nearly indefinitely deferred. When the council had decided, the news was conveyed to Newgate by the recorder, who made his report, as it was called. The time of the arrival of this report was generally known at Newgate, and its contents were anxiously awaited by both convicts in the press yard and their friends collected in a crowd outside the gates. Sometimes the report was delayed. On one occasion, Mr. Wakefield tells us, the recorder, who had attended the council at Windsor, did not deliver the report till the following day. The prisoners and their friends, therefore, were kept in a state of the most violent suspense for many hours, during which they counted the moments, the prisoners in their cells as usual, and their friends in the street in front of Newgate, where they passed the night. I have heard the protracted agony of both classes described by those who witnessed it in terms so strong that I am unwilling to repeat them. The crowd of men and women who passed the night in front of Newgate began, as soon as the hour was past when they had expected the report, to utter imprecations against the recorder, the Secretary of State, the Council, and the King. They never ceased cursing until the passion of anger so excited was exchanged for joy in some and grief in others. I myself heard more than one of those whose lives were spared by that decision of the council afterwards express a wish to murder the recorder for having kept them so long in suspense. The recorder's report generally reached Newgate late at night. Its receipt was immediately followed by the promulgation of its contents to the persons most closely concerned, which was done with a sort of ceremony intended to be impressive. The whole of the convicts were assembled together in one ward and made to kneel down. To them entered the chaplain or ordinary of Newgate in full canonicals, who in solemn tones communicated to each in turn the fate in store for him. The form of imparting the intelligence was generally the same. "So and so, I am sorry to tell you that it is all against you," or "A. B., your case has been taken into consideration by the King in council, and His Majesty has been mercifully pleased to spare your life." The fatal news was not always received in the same way. The men who were doomed often fell down in convulsions upon the floor. Sometimes any who had had a narrow escape fainted, but the bulk of those respited looked on with unfeeling indifference. The concluding part of the ceremony was, for those who had been pardoned, to recite a thanksgiving to God and the King. End of Section 11. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 12 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2 by Arthur Griffiths, Section 12, Executions, Part 2. It is satisfactory to be able to record that some consideration was shown the capital convict actually awaiting execution. Even so severe a critic as Mr. Wakefield states that a stranger to the scene would be astonished to observe the peculiar tenderness, I was going to add respect, which persons under sentence of death obtain from all the officers of the prison. Before sentence, a prisoner has only to observe the regulations of the jail in order to remain neglected and unnoticed. Once ordered to the cells, friends of all classes suddenly rise up. His fellow prisoners, the turnkeys, the chaplain, the keepers, and the sheriffs all seem interested in his fate, and he can make no reasonable request that is not at once granted by whomsoever he may address. This rule has some, but very few exceptions, such as where a hardened offender behaves with great levity and brutality, as if he cared naught for his life, and thought everyone anxious to promote his death. Mr. Wakefield goes on to remark that persons convicted of forgery excited an extraordinary degree of interest in all who approached them. This was noticeable with Fauntleroy, who, on account of his birth and antecedents, was allowed to occupy a turnkey's room, and kept altogether separate from the other prisoners until the day of his death. It cannot be denied, however, that the ordinary's treatment was somewhat unfeeling, and in proof thereof I will quote an extract from the reverend gentleman's own journal. He seems to have improved the occasion when preaching the condemned sermon before Fauntleroy, by pointing a moral from that unhappy man's own case. For this, the chaplain was, a few days later, summoned before the jail committee of aldermen, and informed that the public would not in future be admitted to hear the condemned sermon. I was also informed, writes Mr. Cotton, that this resolution was in consequence of their, the aldermen's, disapproving of the last discourse delivered by me, previous to the execution of Henry Fauntleroy, for uttering a forged security, in which it was said I had enlarged upon the heinous nature of his crime, and warned the public to avoid such conduct. I was informed that this unnecessarily harassed his feelings, and that the object of such sermons was solely to console the prisoner, and that from the time of his conviction nothing but what is consolatory should be addressed to a criminal. One of the aldermen, moreover, informed me that the whole court of aldermen were unanimous in their opinion on this subject. As to the exclusion of strangers on these occasions, the experience I have had convinces me that one, and perhaps the only good of an execution, i.e. the solemn admonition to the public, will thereby be lost. Probably the reader will side with the alderman against the ordinary. This episode throws some doubt upon the tenderness and proper feeling exhibited by the chaplain towards the most deserving members of his criminal flock, and the idea will be strengthened by the following account of the Sunday service in the prison chapel on the occasion when the condemned sermon was preached. The extract is from Mr. E. Gibbon Wakefield's brochure, the date 1828, just 3 years after Fauntleroy's death. Strangers were now excluded, but the sheriffs attended in state, wearing their gold chains, while behind their pew stood a couple of tall footmen in state liveries. The sheriffs were in one gallery. In the other opposite were the convicts capitally convicted who had been respited. Down below, between the galleries, was the mass of the prison population. The schoolmaster and the juvenile prisoners being seated round the communion table, opposite the pulpit. In the centre of the chapel was the condemned pew, a large dock-like erection painted black. Those who sat in it were visible to the whole congregation, and still more to the ordinary, whose desk and pulpit were just in front of the condemned pew and within a couple of yards of it. The occupants of this terrible black pew were the last always to enter the chapel. Upon the occasion which I am describing, They were 4 in number, and here I will continue the narrative in Mr. Wakefield's own words. First is a youth of 18, condemned for stealing in a dwelling-house goods valued above £5. His features have no felonious cast. He steps boldly with head upright, looks to the women's gallery, and smiles. His intention is to pass for a brave fellow, but the attempt fails. He trembles, his knees knock together, and his head droops as he enters the condemned pew. The next convict is clearly and unmistakably a villain. He is a hardened offender, previously cast for life, reprieved, transported to Australia, and since returned without pardon. For this offence the punishment is death. He has, however, doubly earned his sentence, and is actually condemned for burglary committed since his arrival in England. His look at the sheriffs and the ordinary is full of scorn and defiance. The third convict is a sheep-stealer, a poor ignorant fellow in whose crime are mitigating circumstances, but who is left to die on the supposition that this is not his first conviction, and still more because a good many sheep have of late been stolen by other people. He is quite content to die. Indeed, the chaplain and others have brought him firmly to believe that his situation is enviable, and that the gates of heaven are open to receive him. The last of the 4 is said to have been a clergyman of the Church of England, condemned for forgery, a miserable old man in a tattered suit of black. Already he is half dead. Great efforts have been made to save his life. Friends, even utter strangers, have interceded for him, and to the last he has buoyed himself up by hope of reprieve. Now his doom is sealed irrevocably, and he has given himself up to despair. He staggers towards the pew, reels into it, stumbles forward, flings himself on the ground, and by a curious twist of the spine, buries his head under his body. The sheriffs shudder, their inquisitive friends crane forward, the keeper frowns on the excited congregation, the lately smirking footmen close their eyes and forget their liveries, the ordinary clasps his hands, the turnkeys cry "Hush!" and the old clerk lifts up his cracked voice, saying, "Let us sing to the praise and glory of God." The morning hymn is sung first, as if to remind the condemned that next morning at 8 a.m. they are to die. The service proceeds. At last the burial service is reached. The youth alone is able to read, but from long want of practice he is at a loss to find the place in his prayer book. The ordinary observes him, looks to the sheriffs, and says aloud, "The service for the dead!" The youth's hands tremble as they hold the book upside down. The burglar is heard to mutter an angry oath. The sheep-stealer smiles, and, extending his arms upwards, looks with a glad expression to the roof of the chapel. The forger has never moved. Let us pass on. All have sung the lamentation of a sinner, and have seemed to pray especially for those now awaiting the awful execution of the law. We come to the sermon. The ordinary of Newgate is an orthodox, unaffected Church of England divine, who preaches plain, homely discourses as fit as any religious discourse can be fit for the irritated audience. The sermon of this day, whether eloquent or plain, useful or useless, must produce a striking effect at the moment of its delivery. The text, without another word, is enough to raise the wildest passions of the audience. For a while the preacher addresses himself to the congregation at large, who listen attentively, except the clergyman and the burglar, the former of whom is still rolled up at the bottom of the condemned pew, while the eyes of the latter are wandering round the chapel, and one of them is occasionally winked impudently at some acquaintance amongst the prisoners for trial. At length the ordinary pauses, and then, in a deep tone, which, though hardly above a whisper, is audible to all, says, "Now for you, my poor fellow mortals, who are about to suffer the last penalty of the law." But why should I repeat the whole? It is enough to say that in the same solemn tone he talks about the minutest of crimes, punishments, bonds, shame, ignominy, sorrow, sufferings, wretchedness, pangs, childless parents, widows and helpless orphans, broken and contrite hearts, and death tomorrow morning for the benefit of society. What happens? The dying men are dreadfully agitated. The young stealer in a dwelling-house no longer has the least pretence to bravery. He grasps the back of the pew. His legs give way. He utters a faint groan and sinks on the floor. Why does no one stir to help him? Where would be the use? The hardened burglar moves not, nor does he speak, but his face is of an ashy paleness, and if you look carefully, you may see the blood trickling from his lip, which he has bitten unconsciously, or from rage, or to rouse his fainting courage. The poor sheep-stealer is in a frenzy. He throws his hands far from him and shouts aloud, "Mercy, good Lord, mercy is all I ask. The Lord in his mercy come. There, there, I see the Lamb of God. Oh, how happy! Oh, this is happy!" Meanwhile, the clergyman, still bent into the form of a sleeping dog, struggles violently. His feet, legs, hands, and arms, even the muscles of his back, move with a quick jerking motion, not naturally, but, as it were, like the affected parts of a galvanized corpse. Suddenly he utters a short, sharp scream, and all is still. The silence is short. As the ordinary proceeds to conclude, the women set up a yell, which is mixed with a rustling noise, occasioned by the removal of those whose hysterics have ended in fainting. The sheriffs cover their faces, and one of their inquisitive friends blows his nose with his glove. The keeper tries to appear unmoved, but his eye wanders anxiously over the combustible assembly. The children round the communion table stare and gape with childish wonder. The two masses of prisoners for trial undulate and slightly murmur, while the capital convicts, who were lately in that black pew, appear faint with emotion. This exhibition lasts for some minutes, and then the congregation disperses, the condemned returning to the cells, the forger carried by the turnkeys, the youth sobbing aloud convulsively, as a passionate child, the burglar muttering curses and savage expressions of defiance, whilst the poor sheep-stealer shakes hands with the turnkeys, whistles merrily, and points upwards with madness in his look. Mr. Wakefield winds up his graphic but somewhat sensational account by describing another religious service which may appropriately be inserted here. He says, "On the day of execution there is no service in the chapel of Newgate. On the following day the capital convicts, whose companions have been hanged, are required to return thanks for their narrow escape. The firmest disbeliever in religion, if he had not lately been irritated by taking part in such a scene as the condemned service in Newgate, could hardly witness this ceremony without being affected. The men, who were so lately snatched from the jaws of death, kneel, whilst the rest of the congregation sit, and the ordinary, in a tone of peculiar solemnity, says, 'Almighty God, Father of all mercies, we, thine unworthy servants, do give thee most humble and hearty thanks for all thy goodness and loving kindness to us, and to all men, particularly to those who desire now to offer up their praises and thanksgivings for thy late mercies vouchsafed unto them.'" Could any one, knowing the late situation of the kneeling men, looking as they do at the empty pew, occupied when they saw it last but a few hours ago by their comrades who are now dead, could any one, not disgusted with the religious ceremonials of Newgate, witness this scene without emotion? Hardly any one. But what are the feelings of those who take part in it? I have been present at the scene not less than 20 times, and have invariably observed that many of the kneeling men or boys laughed while they knelt, pinched each other, and, when they could do so without fear of being seen by any officer of the prison, winked at other prisoners in derision of what was taking place. And I have frequently heard men and lads who had been of the kneeling party boast to their companions after the service that they had wiped their eyes during the thanksgiving to make the ordinary believe they had been crying. Although this misapplication of religious services still went on, the outside public continued to be excluded from the Newgate chapel on the day the condemned sermon was preached. This very proper rule was, however, set aside on the Sunday preceding Courvoisier's execution. So many applications for admission were made to the sheriffs that they reluctantly agreed to open the gallery which had formerly been occupied by strangers on these occasions. Cards were issued, and to such an extent that, although the service was not to commence till 10:30, by 9 a.m. all the avenues to the prison gates were blocked by ticket holders. In spite of the throng, owing to the excellent arrangements made by the sheriffs, no inconvenience was suffered by the congregation, among whom were Lord Adolphus Fitzclarence, Lord Coventry, Lord Paget, Lord Bruce, several members of the House of Commons, and a few ladies. Contemporary accounts give a minute description of the demeanour of the convict upon this solemn occasion. He sat on a bench before the pulpit. The hideous condemned pew had been swept away, and never once raised his eyes during the service. In fact, his looks denoted extreme sorrow and contrition, and he seemed to suffer great inward agitation when the ordinary particularly alluded to the crime for the perpetration of which he stood condemned. Mr. Carver, the ordinary, appears to have addressed himself directly to Courvoisier, and to have dwelt with more emphasis than good taste upon the nature of the crime, and the necessity for repentance. But the chaplain admitted that the solitude of the convict's cell was more appropriate for serious reflection and profitable ministration than this exciting occasion before a large and public assembly. So far as I can find, Courvoisier was the last condemned criminal who was thus exhibited to a crowd of morbidly curious spectators. The atrocity of the murder no doubt attracted extraordinary attention to it. The crowd outside Newgate on the day of execution has already been described, but there was also a select gathering of distinguished visitors within the gaol. First came the sheriffs, the under-sheriffs, and several aldermen and city officials. Then Lord Powerscourt and several other peers of the realm. Mr. Charles Keene, the tragedian, was also present, drawn to this terrible exhibition by the example of his father, the more celebrated Edmund Keene, who had witnessed the execution of Thistlewood, with a view, as he himself said, to his professional studies. But there is little doubt that as executions became more rare, they made more impression on the public mind. Already a strong dislike to the reckless and almost indiscriminate application of the extreme penalty was apparent in all classes, and the mitigation of the criminal code, for which Romilly had so strenuously laboured, was daily more and more of an accomplished fact. In 1832 capital punishment was abolished for forgery, except in cases of forging or altering wills or powers of attorney to transfer stock. Nevertheless, after that date, no person whatever was executed for this offence. In the same year capital punishment was further restricted, and ceased to be the legal sentence for coining, sheep or horse stealing, and stealing in a dwelling house. Housebreaking, as distinguished from burglary, was similarly exempted in the following year. Next, the offences of returning from transportation, stealing post-office letters, and sacrilege were no longer punishable with death. In 1837 Lord John Russell's acts swept away a number of capital offences, including cutting and maiming, rick-burning, robbery, burglary, and arson. Within a couple of years the number of persons sentenced to death in England had fallen from 438 in 1837 to 56 in 1839. Gradually the application of capital punishment became more and more restricted, and was soon the penalty for murder alone. While in London, for instance, in 1829, 24 persons had been executed for crimes other than murder. From 1832 to 1844, not a single person had been executed in the metropolis except for this, the gravest crime. In 1837, the death penalty was practically limited to murder or attempts to murder, and in 1841 this was accepted as the almost universally established rule. 7 other crimes, however, were still capital by law, and so continued till the passing of the Criminal Consolidation Acts of 1861. With the amelioration of the criminal code, other cruel concomitants of execution also disappeared. In 1832, the dissection of bodies cut down from the gallows, which had been decreed centuries previously, was abolished. The most recent enactment in force was the 9th George IV. Cap. 31, which directed the dissection of all bodies of executed murderers, the idea being to intensify the dread of capital punishment. That such dread was not universal or deep-seated may be gathered from the fact that authentic cases were known previous to the first cited act of criminals selling their own bodies to surgeons for dissection. This dissection was carried out for Newgate prisoners in Surgeons' Hall adjoining Newgate, the site of the present Sessions House of the Old Bailey, and the operation was witnessed by students and a number of curious spectators. Lord Ferrers' body was brought to Surgeons' Hall after execution in his own carriage and six. After the post-mortem had been carried out, the corpse was exposed to view in a first-floor room. Pennant speaks of Surgeons' Hall as a handsome building, ornamented with Ionic pilasters and with a double flight of steps to the first floor. Beneath is a door for the admission of the bodies of murderers and other felons. There were other public dissecting rooms for criminals. One was attached to Hickes Hall, the Clerkenwell Sessions House, built out of moneys provided by Sir Baptist Hickes, a wealthy alderman of the reign of James I. Persons were still living in 1855 who had witnessed dissections at Hickes Hall, and whom the horrid scene, with the additional effect of some noted criminals hanging on the walls, drove out again sick and faint, as we have heard some relate, and with pale and terrified features, to get a breath of air. The dissection of executed criminals was abolished soon after the discovery of the crime of burking, with the idea that ignominy would no longer attach to an operation which ceased to be compulsory for the most degraded beings, and that executors, or persons having lawful possession of the bodies of people who had died friendless, would voluntarily surrender them for the advancement of medical science. Another brutal practice had nearly disappeared about the time of the abolition of dissection. This was the public exhibition of the body, as was done in the case of Mrs. Phippo, the murderess who was executed in front of Newgate in 1798, and her body publicly exhibited in a place built for the purpose in the Old Bailey. About this time I find that the bodies of 2 murderers, Clench and Mackay, were publicly exposed in a stable in Little Bridge Street, near Apothecaries' Hall, Surgeons' Hall being let to the lieutenancy of the county for the accommodation of the militia. In 1811, Williams, who murdered the Marrs in Ratcliffe Highway, having committed suicide in jail to escape hanging, it was determined that a public exhibition should be made of the body through the neighbourhood which had been the scene of the monster's crimes. A long procession was formed, headed by constables, who cleared the way with their staves. Then came the newly formed horse patrol, with drawn cutlasses, parish officers, peace officers, the high constable of the county of Middlesex on horseback, and then the body of Williams, extended at full length on an inclined platform erected on the cart, about 4 feet high at the head, and gradually sloping towards the horse, giving a full view of the body, which was dressed in blue trousers and a blue and white striped waistcoat, but without a coat, as when found in the cell. On the left side of the head the fatal maul, and on the right the ripping chisel, with which the murders had been committed, were exposed to view. The countenance of Williams was ghastly in the extreme, and the whole had an appearance too horrible for description. The procession traversed Ratcliffe twice, halting for a quarter of an hour in front of the victim's dwelling, and was accompanied throughout by an immense concourse of persons eager to get a sight of the murderer's remains. All the shops in the neighbourhood were shut, and the windows and tops of the houses were crowded with spectators. Hanging in chains upon the gibbet, which had served for the execution, or on another specially erected on some commanding spot, had fallen into disuse by 1832. But there was an attempt to revive it at that date, when the Act for dispensing with the dissection of criminals was passed. A clause was inserted to the effect that the bodies of all prisoners convicted of murder should either be hung in chains or buried under the gallows on which they had been executed, according to the discretion of the court before whom the prisoners might be tried. The revival of this barbarous practice caused much indignation in certain quarters, but it was actually tried in two provincial towns, Leicester and Durham. At the first named, the exhibition nearly created a tumult, and the body was taken down and buried, but not before the greatest scandal had been caused by the unseemly proceedings of the crowd that flocked to see the sight. A sort of fair was held, gaming tables were set up, cards were played under the gibbet, to the disturbance of the public peace and the annoyance of all decent people. At Jarrow Stake, where the Durham murderer's body was exposed, there were similar scenes, mingled with compassion for the culprit's family, and a subscription was set on foot for them, then and there, at the foot of the gibbet. Later on, after dark, some friends of the deceased stole the body and buried it in the sand, and this was the end of hanging in chains. After this a law was passed which prescribed that the bodies of all executed murderers should be buried within the walls of the gaol. Although these objectionable practices had disappeared, there were still many shocking incidents at executions, owing to the bungling and unskilful way in which the operation was performed. The rope still broke sometimes, although it was not often that the horrid scene seen at Jersey at the beginning of the century was repeated. There the hangman added his weight to that of the suspended culprit, and having first pulled him sideways, then got upon his shoulders, so that the rope broke. To the great surprise of all who witnessed this dreadful scene, the poor criminal rose straight upon his feet, with the hangman on his shoulders, and immediately loosened the rope with his fingers. After this the sheriffs sent for another rope, but the spectators interfered, and the man was carried back to gaol. The whole case was referred to the king, and the poor wretch, whose crime had been a military one, was eventually pardoned. A somewhat similar event happened at Chester not long afterwards. The ropes by which two offenders were turned off broke a few inches from their necks. They were taken back to gaol, and were again brought out in the afternoon, by which time fresh and stronger ropes had been procured, and the sentence was properly and completely carried out. Other cases might be quoted, especially that of William Snow, alias Sketch, who slipped from the gallows at Exeter and fell to the ground. He soon rose to his feet, and hearing the sorrowful exclamations of the populace, coolly said, "Good people, do not be hurried. I am not. I can wait." Similar cases were not wanting as regards the executions before Newgate. Others were not less horrible, although there was no failure of apparatus. Sometimes the condemned man made a hard fight for life. When Charles White was executed in 1823 for arson, he arranged a handkerchief in such a way that the executioner found a difficulty in pinioning his hands. White managed to keep his wrists asunder, and continued to struggle with the officials for some time. Eventually he was pinioned with a cord in the usual manner. On the scaffold he made a violent attempt to loosen his bonds, and succeeded in getting his hands free. Then, with a strong effort, he pushed off the white cap and tried to liberate his neck from the halter, which by this time had been adjusted. The hangman summoned assistance, and with help tied the cap over White's face with a handkerchief. The miserable wretch during the whole of this time was struggling with the most determined violence, to the great horror of the spectators. Still he resisted, and, having got from the falling drop to the firm part of the platform, he nearly succeeded in tearing the handkerchief from his eyes. However, the ceremony went forward, and when the signal was given, the drop sank. The wretched man did not fall with it, but jumped onto the platform, and seizing the rope with his hands, tried to avoid strangulation. The spectacle was horrible. The convict was half on the platform, half hanging, and the convulsions of his body were appalling. The crowd vociferously yelled their disapproval, and at length the executioner forced the struggling criminal from the platform, so that the rope sustained his whole weight. His face was visible to the whole crowd, and was fearful to behold. Even now his sufferings were not at an end, and his death was not compassed until the executioner terminated his sufferings by hanging on to his legs. When Luigi Buranelli was executed in 1855, through the improper adjustment of the rope, his sufferings were prolonged for 5 minutes. His chest heaved, and it was evident that his struggle was a fearful one. A worse case still was that of William Bousfield, who, when awaiting execution for murder, about the same date, had attempted to throw himself upon the fire in his condemned cell. He was in consequence so weak when brought out for execution that he had to be carried by 4 men, 2 supporting his body and 2 his legs. His wretched, abject condition, seated in a chair under the drop, was such as almost to unnerve the executioner Calcraft, who had been further upset by a letter threatening to shoot him when he appeared to perform his task. Calcraft, the moment he had adjusted the cap and rope, ran down the steps, drew the bolt, and disappeared. For a second or two the body hung motionless. Then, with a strength that astonished the attendant officials, Bousfield slowly drew himself up and rested with his feet on the right side of the drop. One of the turnkeys rushed forward and pushed him off. Again the wretched creature succeeded in obtaining foothold, but this time on the left side of the drop. Calcraft was forced to return, and he once more pushed Bousfield off, who for the 4th time regained his foothold. Again he was repelled, this time Calcraft adding his weight to the body, and the strangulation was completed. It was stated in evidence before the Commission on Capital Punishment in 1864 that Calcraft's method of hanging was very rough, much the same as if he had been hanging a dog. There has never been much science in the system of carrying out the extreme penalty in this country. The finisher of the law has come more by chance than fitness or special education to exercise his loathsome office. Calcraft, of whom mention has just been made, was by trade a lady's shoemaker, and before he took to hanging he was employed as a watchman at Reed's Brewery in Liquorpond Street. He was at first engaged as assistant to the executioner Tom Cheshire, but in due course rose to be chief. He was always known as a mild-mannered man of simple tastes, much given to angling in the New River, and a devoted rabbit fancier. He was well known in the neighbourhood where he resided, and the street gamins cried "Jack Ketch" as he went along the street. While Calcraft was in office, other aspirants to fame appeared in the field. One was Askern, who had been a convicted prisoner at York, but who consented to act as hangman when Calcraft was engaged, and no other functionary could be obtained. It was not always easy to hire a hangman. There is still extant a curious petition presented to the Treasury by Ralph Griffith, Esquire, High Sheriff of Flintshire, which sets forth that the petitioner had been at great expense by sending clerks and agents to Liverpool and Shrewsbury to hire an executioner. The man to be hanged belonged to Wales, and no Welshman would do the job. Travelling expenses of these agents cost £15, and another £10 were spent in the hire of a Shropshire man, who deserted and was pursued, but without success. Another man was hired, himself a convict, whose fees for self and wife were 12 guineas. Then came the cost of the gallows, £4 12s, and finally the funeral, cart, coffin, and other petty expenses, amounting to £7 10, making the whole outlay close on £50. End of section 12. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 13 of The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2 by Arthur Griffiths. Section 13, Newgate Notorieties, Part 1. In Chapter 2 of the present volume, I brought down the record of crime to the second decade of the present century. I propose now to continue the subject, and to devote a couple of chapters to criminal occurrences of a more recent date, only premising that as accounts become more voluminous, I shall be compelled to deal with fewer cases, taking in preference those which are typical and invested with peculiar interest. It is somewhat remarkable that a marked change soon comes over the calendar. Certain crimes, those against the person especially, diminished gradually. They became less easy or remunerative. Police protection was better and more effective. The streets of London were well lighted, the suburbs were more populous and regularly patrolled. People, too, were getting into the habit of carrying but little cash about them, and no valuables but their watches or personal jewelry. Street robberies offered fewer inducements to depredators, and evildoers were compelled to adopt other methods of preying upon their fellows. This led to a rapid and marked increase in all kinds of fraud, and prominent in the criminal annals of Newgate in these later years will be found numerous remarkable instances of this class of offence, forgeries committed systematically and for long periods, as in the case of Fauntleroy, to cover enormous defalcations, the fabrication of deeds, wills, and false securities for the purpose of misappropriating funds or feloniously obtaining cash, thefts of bullion, bank notes, specie, and gold dust, planned with consummate ingenuity, eluding the keenest vigilance, and carried out with reckless daring. Jewel boxes cleverly stolen under the very noses of owners or caretakers. As time passed, the extraordinary extension of all commercial operations led to many entirely novel and often gigantic financial frauds. The credulity of investors, the unscrupulous dishonesty of bankers, the slackness of supervision over wholly irresponsible agents, produced many terrible monetary catastrophes, and lodged men like Cole, Robson, and Redpath in Newgate. While the varying conditions of social life thus brought about many changes in the character of offences against property, those against the person became more and more limited to the most heinous, or those which menaced or destroyed life. There was no increase in murder or manslaughter. The number of such crimes remained pretty constant proportionately to population, nor did the methods by which they were perpetrated greatly vary from those in times past. The causes also continued much the same: passion, revenge, cupidity, sudden ebullitions of homicidal rage, the cold-blooded, calculating atrocity born of self-interest, were still the irresistible incentives to kill. The brutal ferocity of the wild beast once aroused, the same means, the same weapons were employed to do the dreadful deed, the same and happily often futile precautions taken to conceal the crime. Pegsworth and Greenacre and Daniel Good merely reproduced types that had gone before, and that have since reappeared. Esther Hibner was as inhuman in her ill usage of the parish apprentice she killed as Martha Brownrigg had been. Thurtell and Hunt followed in the footsteps of Billings, Wood, and Catherine Hayes. Courvoisier might have lived a century earlier. Hocker was found upon the scene of his crime, irresistibly attracted thither, as was Theodore Gardel. Now and again there seemed to be a recurrence of a murder epidemic, as there had been before, as in the year 1849, a year memorable for the Rush murders at Norwich, the Gleeson-Wilson murder at Liverpool, that of the Mannings in London, and of many more. Men like Mobbs, the miscreant known as General Haynau on account of his bloodthirstiness, still murdered their wives, or like Cannon, the chimney-sweeper, who savagely killed the policeman. A not altogether new crime, however, akin to murder, although happily never passing beyond dastardly attempts, cropped up in these times, and was often frequently repeated within a short interval. The present queen, very soon after her accession, became the victim of the most cowardly and unmanly outrages, and the attempted murder of the sovereign by Oxford in 1840 was followed in the very next year by those of Francis and of Bean in 2 consecutive months, while in 1850 Her Majesty was the victim of another outrage at the hands of one Pate. These crimes had their origin too often in the disordered brains of lunatics at large, like Captain Good. Their perpetrators were charged with high treason, but met with merciful clemency as irresponsible beings. But at various dates, treason more distinct and tangible came to the front: attempts to levy war against the state, the well-known Cato Street conspiracy, which grew out of disturbed social conditions after the last French war, amidst general distress, and when the people were beginning to agitate for a larger share of political power, was among the earliest, and to some extent the most desperate of these. Its ringleaders, Thistlewood and the rest, were, after capture, honoured by committal as state prisoners to the Tower, but they came one and all to Newgate for trial at the Old Bailey, and remained there after conviction till they were hanged. Later on, the Chartists agitated persistently for the concession embraced in the so-called People's Charter, many of which are by this time actually, and by more legitimate efforts, engrafted upon our Constitution. But the Chartists sought their ends by riot and rebellion, and gained only imprisonment for their pains. Some 500 in all were arrested, but as only 3 of these were lodged in Newgate, I shall not recur to them in my narrative. The Cato Street conspiracy would have been simply ridiculous but for the recklessness of the desperadoes who planned it. That some 30 or more needy men should hope to revolutionize England is a sufficient proof of the absurdity of their attempt. But they proceeded in all seriousness, and would have shrunk from no outrage or atrocity in furtherance of their foolhardy enterprise. The massacre of the whole of the cabinet ministers at one stroke was to be followed by an attack upon the old man and the old woman, as they styled the Mansion House and the Bank of England. At the former, the provisional government was to be established, which, under Thistlewood as dictator, was to rule the nation, by first handing over its capital to fire and pillage. This Thistlewood had seen many vicissitudes throughout his strange, adventurous career. The son of a respectable Lincolnshire farmer, he became a militia officer, and married a woman with £10,000, in which, however, she had only a life interest. She died early, and Thistlewood, left to his own resources, followed the profession of arms, first in the British service, and then in that of the French revolutionary government. It was during this period that he was said to have imbibed his revolutionary ideas. Returning to England, he found himself rich in a small landed property, which he presently sold to a man who became bankrupt before he had paid over the purchase money. After this he tried farming, but failed. He married again, and came to London, where he soon became notorious as a reckless gambler and a politician holding the most extreme views. In this way he formed the acquaintance of Watson and others, with whom he was arraigned for treasonable practices, and imprisoned. On his release he sent a challenge to Lord Sidmouth, the Home Secretary, and was again arrested and imprisoned. On his second release, goaded by his fancied wrongs, he began to plot a dark and dreadful revenge, and thus the conspiracy in which he was the prime mover took shape and came to a head. The government obtained early and full information of the nefarious scheme. One of the conspirators, by name Edwards, made a voluntary confession to Sir Herbert Taylor one morning at Windsor, after which Thistlewood and his accomplices were closely watched, and measures taken to arrest them when their plans were so far developed that no doubt could remain as to their guilt. The day appointed for the murder and rising actually arrived before the authorities interfered. It was the day on which Lord Harrowby was to entertain his colleagues at dinner in Grosvenor Square. The occasion was considered excellent by the conspirators for disposal of the whole cabinet at one blow, and it was arranged that one of their number should knock at Lord Harrowby's door on the pretence of leaving a parcel, and that when it was opened the whole band should rush in. While a few secured the servants, the rest were to fall upon Lord Harrowby and his guests. Hand grenades were to be thrown into the dining room, and during the noise and confusion the assassination of the ministers was to be completed, the heads of Lord Castlereagh and Lord Sidmouth being carried away in a bag. Lord Harrowby's dinner party was postponed, but the conspirators knew nothing of it, and those who watched his house were further encouraged in their mistake by the arrival of many carriages, bound, as it happened, to the Archbishop of York's. Meanwhile the main body remained at their headquarters, a ruined stable in Cato Street, Edgware Road, completing their dispositions for assuming supreme power after the blow had been struck. Here they were surprised by the police, headed by a magistrate and supported by a strong detachment of Her Majesty's Guards. The police were the first to arrive on the spot, the Guards having entered the street at the wrong end. The conspirators were in a loft, approached by a ladder and a trap door, access through which could only be obtained one by one. The first constable who entered, Thistlewood ran through the body with a sword, but others quickly followed. The lights were extinguished, and a desperate conflict ensued. The Guards, headed by Lord Adolphus Fitzclarence, now reinforced the police, and the conspirators gave way. 9 of the latter were captured, with all the war material, cutlasses, pistols, hand grenades, and ammunition. Thistlewood and 14 more succeeded for the moment in making their escape, but most of them were subsequently taken. Thistlewood was discovered next morning in a mean house in White Street, Moorfields. He was in bed with his breeches on, in the pockets of which were found a number of cartridges, the black belt he had worn at Cato Street, and a military sash. The trial of the conspirators came on some 6 weeks later at the Old Bailey. Thistlewood made a long and rambling defence, the chief features of which were abuse of Lord Sidmouth and the vilification of the informer Edwards. Several of the other prisoners took the same line as regards Edwards, and there seems to have been good reason for supposing that he was a greater villain than any of those arraigned. He had been in a state of abject misery, and when he first joined the Reformers, as the Cato Street conspirators called themselves, he had neither a bed to lie upon nor a coat to his back. His sudden access to means unlimited was no doubt due to the profitable rôle he soon adopted of government informer and spy, and it is pretty certain that for some time he served both sides, on the one inveigling silly enthusiasts to join in the plot, and denouncing them on the other. The employment of Edwards, and the manner in which the conspirators were allowed to commit themselves further and further before the law was set in motion against them, were not altogether creditable to the government. It was asserted, not without foundation, at these trials, that Edwards repeatedly incited the associates he was betraying to commit outrage, to set fire to houses, throw hand grenades into the carriages of ministers; that he was, to use Thistlewood's words, a contriver, instigator, and entrapper. The government were probably not proud of their agent, for Edwards, after the conviction had been assured, went abroad to enjoy, it was said, an ample pension so long as he did not return to England. 5 of the conspirators, Thistlewood, Ings, Brunt, Davidson, and Tidd, were sentenced to death, and suffered in the usual way in front of Newgate, with the additional penalty of decapitation as traitors after they had been hanged. A crowd as great as any known collected in the Old Bailey to see the ceremony, about which there were some peculiar features worth recording. The reckless demeanour of all the convicts except Davidson was most marked. Thistlewood and Ings sucked oranges on the scaffold. They, with Brunt and Tidd, scorned the Ordinary's ministrations, but Ings said he hoped God would be more merciful to him than men had been. Ings was especially defiant. He sought to cheer Davidson, who seemed affected, crying out, "Come, old cock of wax, it will soon be over." As the executioner fastened the noose, he nodded to a friend he saw in the crowd, and catching sight of the coffins ranged round the gallows, he smiled at the show with contemptuous indifference. He roared out snatches of a song about death or liberty, and just before he was turned off, yelled out 3 cheers to the populace whom he faced. He told the executioner to "do it tighty," to pull it tight, and was in a state of hysterical exaltation up to the very last. Davidson, who was the only one who seemed to realize his awful situation, listened patiently and with thankfulness to the chaplain, and died in a manner strongly contrasting with that of his fellows. After the 5 bodies had hung for half an hour, a man in a mask came forward to complete the sentence. Contemporary reports state that from the skilful manner in which he performed the decapitation, he was generally supposed to be a surgeon. Be this as it may, the weapon used was only an ordinary axe, which rather indicates that force, not skill, was employed. This axe is still in existence, and is preserved at Newgate with various other unpleasant curiosities, but is only an ordinary commonplace tool. These were the last executions for high treason, but not the last prisoners by many who passed through Newgate charged with sedition. Attacks upon the sovereign, as I have said, became more common after the accession of the young Queen Victoria in 1838. It was a form of high treason not unknown in earlier reigns. In 1786, a madwoman, Margaret Nicholson, tried to stab George III, as he was alighting from his carriage at the gate of St. James's Palace. She was seized before she could do any mischief, and eventually lodged in Bethlehem Hospital, where she died after 40 years' detention at the advanced age of 100. Again, a soldier by name Hatfield, who had been wounded in the head and discharged from the army for unsoundness of mind, fired a pistol at George III. from the pit of Drury Lane Theatre in 1800. William IV. was also the victim of a murderous outrage on Ascot Racecourse in 1832, when John Collins, a person in the garb of a sailor, of wretched appearance and having a wooden leg, threw a stone at the king, which hit him on the forehead, but did no serious injury. Collins, when charged, pleaded that he had lost his leg in action, that he had petitioned without success for a pension, and that, as he was starving, he had resolved on this desperate deed, feeling, as he said, that he might as well be shot or hanged as remain in such a state. He was eventually sentenced to death, but the plea of lunacy was allowed, and he was confined for life. None of the foregoing attempts were, however, so dastardly or determined as that made by Oxford upon our present gracious Queen 2 years after she ascended the throne. The cowardly crime was probably encouraged by the fearless and confiding manner in which the Queen, secure as it seemed in the affections of her loyal people, freely appeared in public. Oxford, who was only 19 at the time his offence was committed, had been born at Birmingham, but he came as a lad to London, and took service as a pot-boy to a publican. From this he was promoted to barman, and as such had charge of the business in various public-houses. He left his last situation in April 1840, and established himself in lodgings in Lambeth, after which he devoted himself to pistol practice in shooting galleries, sometimes in Leicester Square, sometimes in the Strand or the West End. His acquaintances often asked his object in this, but he kept his own counsel till the 10th June. On that day Oxford was on the watch at Buckingham Palace. He saw Prince Albert return there from a visit to Woolwich, and then passed on to Constitution Hill, where he waited till 4 p.m., the time at which the Queen and Prince Consort usually took an afternoon drive. About 6 p.m. the royal carriage, a low open vehicle drawn by 4 horses, ridden by postillions, left the palace. Oxford, who had been pacing backwards and forwards with his hands under the lapels of his coat, saw the carriage approach. He was on the right or north side of the road. Prince Albert occupied the same side of the carriage, the Queen the left. As the carriage came up to him, Oxford turned, put his hand into his breast, drew a pistol, and fired at the Queen. The shot missed, and as the carriage passed on, Oxford drew a second pistol and fired again. The Queen saw this second movement, and stooped to avoid the shot. The Prince, too, rose to shield her with his person. Again, providentially, the bullet went wide of the mark, and the royal party drove back to Clarence House, the Queen being anxious to give the first news of the outrage and of her safety to her mother, the Duchess of Kent. Meanwhile, the pistol shots had attracted the attention of the bystanders, of whom there was a fair collection as usual, waiting to see the Queen pass. Oxford was seized by a person named Lowe, who was at first mistaken for the assailant, but Oxford at once assumed the responsibility for his crime, saying, "It was I did it, I'll give myself up, there is no occasion to use violence, I will go with you." He was taken into custody, and removed first to a police cell, thence committed to Newgate, after he had been examined before the Privy Council. Oxford expressed little anxiety or concern. He asked more than once whether the Queen was hurt, and acknowledged that the pistols were loaded with ball. A craze for notoriety, to be achieved at any cost, was the one absorbing idea in young Oxford's disordered brain. After his arrest, he thought only of the excitement his attempt had raised, nothing of its atrocity, or of the fatal consequences which might have ensued. When brought to trial he hardly realized his position, but gazed with complacency around the crowded court, and eagerly inquired what persons of distinction were present. He smiled continually, and when the indictment was read, burst into loud and discordant fits of laughter. These antics may have been assumed to bear out the plea of insanity set up in his defence, but that there was madness in his family, and that he himself was of unsound mind, could not be well denied. His father, it was proved in evidence, had been at times quite mad, and Oxford's mental state might be inferred from his own proceedings. Among his papers was found a curious document purporting to be the rules of an association called Young England, which Oxford had evolved out of his own inflated self-conceit, and which had never any real corporeal existence. Young England was a secret society, with no aim or object. Its sworn members, known only to Oxford, and all of them mere shadows, were bound to provide themselves with sword, rifle, dagger, and a pair of pistols, to wear a black crape mask, to obey punctually the orders of their commander-in-chief, and to assume any disguise, if required, to go into the country on the business of the association. The officers of the society were to be known only by factitious names. Thus, among the presidents were those of Gowrie, Justinian, Aleman, Colesman, Kenneth, and Godfrey. Hannibal and Ethelred were on the council. Anthony, Augustus, and Frederick were among the generals. Lewis and Amadeus among the captains, and Hercules, Neptune, and Mars among the lieutenants of the association. The various grades were distinguished by cockades and bows of different colours. The society was supposed to meet regularly, and its proceedings, together with the speeches made, were duly recorded. With Oxford's other papers were found letters from the secretary, written, as it seemed, by Oxford to himself, after the manner of Mr. Toots, all of which declared their approval of the commander-in-chief. One expressed pleasure that Oxford improved so much in speaking, and declared that his, Oxford's, speech the last time was beautiful. This letter went on to say that a new member had been introduced by Lieutenant Mars, a fine, tall, gentlemanly young man, and it is said that he is a military officer, but his name has not yet transpired. Soon after he was introduced, we were alarmed by a violent knocking at the door. In an instant our faces were covered, we cocked our pistols, and with drawn swords stood waiting to receive the enemy. While one stood over the fire with the papers, another stood with lighted torch to fire the house. We then sent the old woman to open the door, and it proved to be some little boys who had knocked and ran away. Another letter directed Oxford to attend an extraordinary meeting of Young England, in consequence of having received some information of an important nature from Hanover. "You must attend, and if your master will not give you leave, you must come in defiance of him." No serious importance could be attached to these, the manifest inventions of a disordered intellect. The whole of the evidence pointed so strongly towards insanity that the jury brought in a verdict of acquittal on that ground, and Oxford was ordered to be detained during Her Majesty's pleasure. He went from Newgate first to Bethlehem, from which he was removed to Broadmoor on the opening of the great criminal lunatic asylum at that place. He was released from Broadmoor in 1878 and went abroad. Within a couple of years, a second attempt to assassinate the Queen was perpetrated in nearly the same spot by a man named John Francis, who was arrested in the very act just as he had fired one shot. His motives for thus imitating the dastardly crime of Oxford are shrouded in obscurity. He could not plead insanity like his predecessor, and no attempt was made at his trial to prove him of unsound mind. Here again, probably it was partly the love of notoriety which was the incentive, backed possibly with the hope that, as in a much more recent case, he would be in some way provided for, he having been for some time previously in abject circumstances. The deed was long premeditated, and would have been executed a day earlier had not his courage failed him at the last moment. A youth named Pearson had seen him present a pistol at the Queen's carriage, but draw it back again, exclaiming presently, "I wish I had done it." Pearson weakly allowed Francis to go off, without securing his apprehension, but later he gave full information. The Queen was apprised of the danger, and begged not to go abroad, but she declared she would not remain a prisoner in her own palace, and next day drove out as usual in an open barouche. Nothing happened till Her Majesty returned to Buckingham Palace about 6 p.m., when, on descending Constitution Hill, with an equerry riding close on each side of her carriage, a man who had been leaning against the palace garden wall suddenly advanced, levelled a pistol at the Queen, and fired. He was so close to the carriage that the smoke of his pistol enveloped the face of Colonel Wilde, one of the equerries. The Queen was untouched, and at first, it is said, hardly realized the danger she had escaped. Francis had already been seized by a policeman named Trounce, who saw his movement with the pistol, but too late to prevent its discharge. The prisoner was conveyed without delay to the Home Office, and there examined by the Privy Council, which had been hastily summoned for the purpose. On searching him, the pistol was found in his pocket, the barrel still warm, also some loose powder and a bullet. There was some doubt as to whether the pistol, when fired, was actually loaded with ball, but the jury brought in a verdict of guilty of the criminal intent to kill. Francis was sentenced to be hanged, decapitated, and quartered, the old traitor's doom, but was spared and subsequently transported for life. The enthusiasm of the people at the Queen's escape was uproarious, and her drive next day was one long triumphal progress. At the Italian Opera in the evening, the audience on the Queen's appearance greeted her with loud cheers and called for the national anthem. This was in May 1842. Undeterred by the well-merited punishment which had overtaken Francis, a third miscreant made a similar but far less serious attempt in the month of July following. As the Queen was driving from Buckingham Palace to the Chapel Royal, a deformed lad among the crowd was seen to present a pistol at Her Majesty's carriage in the Mall about half-way between Buckingham and St. James's Palaces. Only one person saw the movement, a lad named Dasset, who at once collared the cripple, and taking him up to two policemen, charged him with the offence. The policemen treated the matter as a hoax, and allowed the culprit to make off. Later on, however, Dasset was himself seized and interrogated, and on his information handbills were circulated giving the exact description of the deformed youth, who had a humpback and a long, sickly pale face with light hair. His nose was marked with a scar or black patch, and he was altogether of a dirty appearance. It happened that a lad named Bean had absconded from his father's home some weeks before, whose description, as given by his father to the police, exactly tallied with that of the deformed person wanted for the assault on the Queen. A visit to the father's residence was followed by the arrest of the son, who had by this time returned. This son, John William Bean, was fully identified by Dasset and presently examined by the Privy Council. He was eventually charged with a misdemeanour, the capital charge having been abandoned, and committed for trial. Much the same motives of seeking notoriety seemed to have impelled Bean, who was perfectly sane, to his rash act, but it was proved that the pistol was not loaded with ball, and he was only convicted of an attempt to harass, vex, and grieve the sovereign. Lord Abinger sentenced him to 18 months' imprisonment in Newgate, but the place of durance was changed, to meet the existing law, to Millbank Penitentiary. I shall mention briefly one more case, in which, however, there was no murderous intent, before I pass on to other crimes. On June 1850, the Queen was once more subjected to cowardly outrage, the offender being a Mr. Pate, a gentleman by birth, who had borne the Queen's commission, first as cornet, and then lieutenant, in the 10th Hussars. Pate was said to be an eccentric person, given to strange acts and antics, such as mixing whiskey and camphor with his morning bath-water, and walking for choice through prickly gorse bushes. He always kept the blinds down at his chambers in Jermyn Street, and, as the St. James's clock chimed 3:15, invariably went out in a cab, for which he always paid the same fare, 9 shillings, all in shillings, and no other coin. But this was not sufficient to constitute lunacy, nor was his plea of momentary uncontrollable impulse deemed valid as any palliation of his offence. That offence was a brutal assault upon her Majesty, whom he struck in the face with a small stick just as she was leaving Cambridge House. The blow crushed the bonnet and bruised the forehead of the Queen, who was happily not otherwise injured. Pate was found guilty and sentenced to 7 years' transportation, the judge, Baron Alderson, abstaining from inflicting the penalty of whipping, which was authorized by a recent act on account of Mr. Pate's family and position in life. I have already remarked that as violence was more and more eliminated from crimes against the person, frauds indicating great boldness, extensive design, and ingenuity became more prevalent. The increase of bank forgeries and its cause I referred to in a previous chapter. At one session of the Old Bailey in 1821, no less than 35 true bills were found for passing forged notes. But there were other notorious cases of forgery. That of Fauntleroy the banker in 1824 caused much excitement at the time on account of the magnitude of the fraud and the seeming probity of the culprit. Mr. Fauntleroy was a member of a banking firm, which his father had established in conjunction with a gentleman of the name of Marsh and others. He had entered the house as clerk in 1800. In 1807, and when only 22, he succeeded to his father's share in the business. According to Fauntleroy's own case, he found at once that the firm was heavily involved, through advances made to various builders, and that it could only maintain its credit by wholesale discounting. Its embarrassments were greatly increased by the bankruptcy of 2 of its clients in the building trade, and the bank became liable for a sum of £170,000. New liabilities were incurred to the extent of £100,000 by more failures, and in 1819, by the death of one of the partners, a large sum in cash had to be withdrawn from the bank to pay his heirs. During these numerous and trying difficulties, it is Mr. Fauntleroy who speaks, the house was nearly without resources, and the whole burthen of management falling on me, I sought resources where I could. In other words, he forged powers of attorney and proceeded to realize securities lodged in his bank under various names. Among the prisoner's private papers, one was found giving full details of the stock he had feloniously sold out, the sum total amounting to some £170,000, with a declaration in his own handwriting to the following effect: "In order to keep up the credit of our house, I have forged powers of attorney for the above sums and parties, and sold out to the amount here stated, and without the knowledge of my partners. I kept up the payments of the dividends, but made no entries of such payments in my books. The bank began first to refuse our acceptances, and to destroy the credit of our house. The bank shall smart for it." End of section 13. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 14 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 14, Newgate Notorieties, Part 1. Many stories were in circulation at the time of Fauntleroy's trial with regard to his forgeries. It was said that he had, by means of them, sold out so large an amount of stock that he paid £16,000 a year in dividends to escape detection. Once he ran a narrow risk of being found out. A lady in the country, who had £13,000 in the stocks, desired her London agent to sell them out. He went to the bank and found that no stocks stood in her name. He called at once upon Fauntleroy, his client's bankers, for an explanation, and was told by Mr. Fauntleroy that the lady had desired him to sell out. "Which I have done," added the fraudulent banker, "and here are the proceeds," whereupon he produced exchequer bills to the amount. Nothing more was heard of the affair, although the lady declared that she had never instructed Fauntleroy to sell. On another occasion the banker forged a gentleman's name while the latter was sitting with him in his private room, and took the instrument out to a clerk with the ink not dry. It must be added that the Bank of England, on discovering the forgeries, replaced the stock in the names of the original holders, who might otherwise have been completely ruined. A newspaper report of the time describes Fauntleroy as a well-made man of middle stature. His hair, though grey, was thick, and lay smooth over his forehead. His countenance had an expression of the most subdued resignation. The impression which his appearance altogether was calculated to make was that of the profoundest commiseration. The crime, long carried on without detection, was first discovered in 1820, when it was found that a sum of £10,000, standing in the name of 3 trustees, of whom Fauntleroy was one, had been sold out under a forged power of attorney. Further investigations brought other similar frauds to light, and fixed the whole sum misappropriated at £170,000, the first forgery dating back to 1814. A run upon the bank immediately followed, which was only met by a suspension of payment and the closing of its doors. Meanwhile, public gossip was busy with Fauntleroy's name, and it was openly stated in the press and in conversation that the proceeds of these frauds had been squandered in chambering, gambling, and debauchery. Fauntleroy was scouted as a licentious libertine, a deep and determined gamester, a spendthrift whose extravagance knew no bounds. The veil was lifted from his private life, and he was accused of persistent immorality. In his defence, he sought to rebut these charges, which indeed were never clearly made out, and it is pretty certain that his own account of the causes which led him into dishonesty was substantially true. He called many witnesses, 17 in all, to speak of him as they had found him, and these, all respectable city merchants and business men, declared that they had hitherto formed a high opinion of his honour, integrity, and goodness of disposition, deeming him the last person capable of a dishonourable action. These arguments availed little with the jury, who, after a short deliberation, found Fauntleroy guilty, and he was sentenced to death. Every endeavour was used, however, to obtain a commutation of sentence. His case was twice argued before the judges on points of law, but the result in both cases was unfavourable. Appeals were made to the Home Secretary, and all possible political interest brought to bear, but without success. Fauntleroy, meanwhile, lay in Newgate, not herded with other condemned prisoners, as the custom was, but in a separate chamber, that belonging to one of the warders of the gaol. I find in the chaplain's journal, under date 1824, various entries relative to this prisoner. Visited Mr. Fauntleroy. My application for books for him not having been attended, I had no prayer book to give him. Visited Mr. Fauntleroy. The sheriffs have very kindly permitted him to remain in the turnkey's room where he was originally placed, nor can I omit expressing a hope that this may prove the beginning of a better system of confinement, and that every description of persons who may be unfortunately under sentence of death will no longer be herded indiscriminately together. The kindliness of the city authorities to Fauntleroy was not limited to the assignment of a separate place of durance. As I have already said, they took the chaplain seriously to task for the bad taste shown in the condemned sermon preached before Fauntleroy. This was on the text, "Wherefore let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall," and was full of the most pointed allusions to the culprit. Fauntleroy constantly groaned aloud while the sermon proceeded, and contemporary reports declared that he appeared to feel deeply the force of the reverend gentleman's observations, especially when the chaplain spoke of the great magnitude of our erring brother's offence, one of the most dangerous description in a trading community. The sermon ended with an appeal to the dying man, exhorting him to penitence. This personality, and it can be called by no other name, is carefully excluded from prison pulpit utterances on the eve of an execution. A very curious and in its way amusing circumstance in connection with this case was the offer of a certain Italian, Edmund Angelini, to take Fauntleroy's place. Angelini wrote to the Lord Mayor to this effect, urging that Fauntleroy was a father, a citizen. His life is useful, mine a burthen to the state. He was summoned to the mansion house, where he repeated his request, crying, "Accordez-moi cette grâce," with much urgency. There were doubts of his sanity. He wrote afterwards to the effect that the moment he had offered himself, an unknown assassin came to aim a blow at him. "Let this monster give his name. I am ready to fight him. I am still determined to put myself in the place of Mr. Fauntleroy. If the law of this country can receive such a sacrifice, my death will render to heaven an innocent man, and to earth a repentant sinner." Fauntleroy was not entirely dependent upon the ordinary for ghostly counsel in his extremity. He was also attended by the Reverend Mr. Springett and the indefatigable Mr. Baker, whose name has already been mentioned. When led out on the morning of his execution, these two last-named gentlemen each took hold of one of his arms, and so accompanied him to the scaffold. The concourse in front of Newgate was enormous, but much sympathy was evinced for this unfortunate victim to human weakness and ruthless laws. A report was, moreover, widely circulated, and the impression long prevailed that he actually escaped death. It was said that strangulation had been prevented by the insertion of a silver tube in his windpipe, and that after hanging for the regulated time he was taken down and easily restored to consciousness. Afterwards, according to the common rumour, he went abroad and lived there for many years, but the story is not only wholly unsubstantiated, but there is good evidence to show that the body after execution was handed over to his friends and interred privately. Some years were still to elapse before capital punishment ceased to be the penalty for forgery, and in the interval several persons were sentenced to or suffered death for this crime. There were two notable capital convictions for forgery in 1828. One was that of Captain Montgomery, who assumed the aliases of Colonel Wallace and Colonel Morgan. His offence was uttering forged notes, and there was strong suspicion that he had long subsisted entirely by this fraud. The act for which he was taken into custody was the payment of a forged £10 note for half a dozen silver spoons. Montgomery was an adept at forgery. He had gone wrong early. Although born of respectable parents and gazetted to a commission in the army, he soon left the service and betook himself to dishonest ways. His first forgery was the marvellous imitation of the signature of the Honourable Mr. Neville, M.P., who wrote an extremely cramped and curious hand. He was not prosecuted for this fraud on account of the respectability of his family, and soon after this escape he came to London, where he practised as a professional swindler and cheat. For a long time justice did not overtake him for any criminal offence, but he was frequently in Newgate and the King's Bench for debt. After 3 years' confinement in the latter prison, he passed himself off as his brother, Colonel Montgomery, a distinguished officer, and would have married an heiress had not the imposture been discovered in time. He then took to forging bank-notes, and was arrested as I have described above. Montgomery was duly sentenced to death, but he preferred suicide to the gallows. After sentence, his demeanour was serious yet firm. The night previous to that fixed for his execution, he wrote several letters, one of them being to Edward Gibbon Wakefield, a fellow prisoner, and listened attentively to the ordinary, who read him the well-known address written and delivered by Dr. Dodd previous to his own execution for forgery. But next morning he was found dead in his cell. In one corner, after much search, a phial was found labelled prussic acid, which it was asserted he had been in the habit of carrying about his person ever since he had taken to passing forged notes, as an antidote against disgrace. This phial he had managed to retain in his possession, in spite of the frequent searches to which he was subjected in Newgate. The second conviction for forgery in 1828 was that of the Quaker Joseph Hunton, a man of previously the highest repute in the city of London. He had prospered in early life, was a slop-seller on a large scale at Bury St. Edmunds, and a sugar-baker in the metropolis. He married a lady also belonging to the Society of Friends, who brought him a large fortune, which, and his own money, he put into a city firm, that of Dixon and Company. He soon, however, became deeply involved in stock exchange speculations, and, losing heavily, to meet the claims upon him, he put out a number of forged bills of exchange or acceptances, to which the signature of one Wilkins of Abingdon was found to be forged. Hunton tried to fly the country on the detection of the fraud, but was arrested at Plymouth just as he was on the point of leaving England in the New York packet. He had gone on board in his Quaker dress, but when captured was found in a light green frock, a pair of light grey pantaloons, a black stock, and a foraging cap. Hunton was put upon his trial at the Old Bailey, and in due course sentenced to death. His defence was that the forged acceptances would have been met on coming to maturity, and that he had no real desire to defraud. Hunton accepted his sentence with great resignation, although he protested against the inhumanity of the laws which condemned him to death. On entering Newgate he said, "I wish after this day to have communication with nobody. Let me take leave of my wife and family and friends. I have already suffered an execution. My heart has undergone that horrible penalty." He was, however, visited by and received his wife and several members of the Society of Friends. 2 elders of the meeting sat up with him in the press yard the whole of the night previous to execution, and a third, Mr. Sparks Moline, came to attend him to the scaffold. He met his death with unshaken firmness, only entreating that a certain blue handkerchief, to which he seemed fondly attached, should be used to bandage his eyes, which request was readily granted. Hunton's execution no doubt aroused public attention to the cruelty and futility of the capital law against forgery. A society which had already been started against capital punishment devoted its efforts first to a mitigation of the forgery statute, but could not immediately accomplish much. In 1829 the gallows claimed 2 more victims for this offence. One was Richard Gifford, a well-educated youth who had been at Christ's Hospital and afterwards in the National Debt Office. Unfortunately he took to drink, lost his appointment, and fell from bad to worse. Suddenly, after being at the lowest depths, he emerged, and was found by his friends living in comfort in the Waterloo Road. His funds, which he pretended came to him with a rich wife, were really the proceeds of frauds upon the Bank of England. He forged the names of people who held stock on the bank books, and got the value of the stock. He also forged dividend receipts, and got the dividends. He was only 26 when he was hanged. The other and the last criminal executed for forgery in this country was one Maynard, who was convicted of a fraud upon the Custom House. In conjunction with 2 others, one of whom was a clerk in the Custom House, and had access to the official records, he forged a warrant for £1,973, and was paid the money by the Comptroller General. Maynard was convicted of uttering the forged document, Jones of being an accessory, the 3rd prisoner was acquitted. Maynard was the only one who suffered death. This was on the last day of 1829. In the following session, Sir Robert Peel brought in a bill to consolidate the acts relating to forgery. Upon the 3rd reading of this bill, Sir James Mackintosh moved as an amendment that capital punishment should be abolished for all crimes of forgery, except the forgery of wills and powers of attorney. This amendment was strongly supported outside the House, and a petition in favour of its passing was presented, signed by more than 1,000 members of banking firms. Mackintosh's amendment was carried in the Commons, but the new law did not pass the Lords, who re-enacted the capital penalty. Still, no sentence of death was carried out for the offence, and in 1832 the Attorney General introduced a bill to abolish capital punishment entirely for forgery. It passed the Commons, but opposition was again encountered in the Lords. This time they sent back the bill, re-enacting only the 2 penalties for will forging and the forging of powers of attorney. In other words, they had advanced in 1832 to the point at which the lower house had arrived in 1830. There were at the moment in Newgate 6 convicts sentenced to death for forging wills. The question was whether the government would dare to take their lives at the bidding of the House of Lords, and in defiance of the vote of the Assembly, which more accurately represented public opinion. It was indeed announced that their fate was sealed, but Mr. Joseph Hume pressed the government hard, and obtained an assurance that the men should not be executed. The new Forgery Act, with the Lords' amendment, passed into law, but the latter proved perfectly harmless, and no person ever after suffered death for any variety of this crime. I will include in this part of the present chapter almost one of the last instances of a crime which in time past had invariably been visited with the death penalty, and which was of a distinctly fraudulent nature. The abduction of Miss Turner by the brothers Wakefield bore a strong resemblance to the carrying off and forcible marrying of heiresses as already described. Miss Turner was a schoolgirl of barely 15, only child of a gentleman of large property in Cheshire, of which county he was actually High Sheriff at the time of his daughter's abduction. The elder brother, Edward Gibbon Wakefield, the prime mover in the abduction, was a barrister, not exactly briefless, but without a large practice. He had, it was said, a good private income, and was already a widower with 2 children at the time of his committing the offence for which he was subsequently tried. He had eloped with his first wife from school. While on a visit to Macclesfield, he heard by chance of Miss Turner, and that she would inherit all her father's possessions. He thereupon conceived an idea of carrying her off and marrying her willy-nilly at Gretna Green. The 2 brothers started at once for Liverpool, where Miss Turner was at school with a Mrs. Dalby. At Manchester, en route, a travelling carriage was purchased, which was driven up to Mrs. Dalby's door at 8 in the morning, and a servant hurriedly alighted from it, bearing a letter for Miss Turner. This purported to be from the medical attendant of Mr. Turner, written at Shrigley, Mr. Turner's place of residence, and it stated that Mrs. Turner had been stricken with paralysis. She was not in immediate danger, but she wished to see her daughter, as it was possible she might soon become incapable of recognizing anyone. Miss Turner, greatly agitated, accompanied the messenger who had brought this news, a disguised servant of Wakefield's, who had plausibly explained that he had only recently been engaged at Shrigley. The road taken was via Manchester, where the servant said a Dr. Hull was to be picked up to go on with them to Shrigley. At Manchester, however, the carriage stopped at the Albion Hotel. Miss Turner was shown into a private room, where Mr. Wakefield soon presented himself. Miss Turner, not knowing him, would have left the room, but he said he came from her father, and she remained. Wakefield, in reply to her inquiries, satisfied her that her mother was well, and that the real reason for summoning her from school was the state of her father's affairs. Mr. Turner was on the verge of bankruptcy. He was at that moment at Kendal, and wished her to join him there at once. Miss Turner consented to go on, and they travelled night and day towards the north. But at Kendal there was no Mr. Turner, and, to allay Miss Turner's growing anxiety, Wakefield found it necessary to become more explicit regarding her father's affairs. He now pretended that Mr. Turner was also on his way to the border, pursued by sheriff's officers. The fact was, Wakefield went on to say, an uncle of his had advanced Mr. Turner £60,000, which had temporarily staved off ruin. But another bank had since failed, and nothing could save Mr. Turner but the transfer of some property to Miss Turner and its settlement on her, so that it might become the exclusive property of her husband, whoever he might be. Wakefield added that it had been suggested he should marry Miss Turner, but that he had laughed at the idea. Wakefield's uncle took the matter more seriously, and declared that unless the marriage came off, Mr. Turner must be sold up. Miss Turner, thus pressed, consented to go on to Gretna Green. Passing through Carlisle, she was told that Mr. Turner was in the town, but could not show himself. Nothing could release him from his trouble but the arrival of the marriage certificate from Gretna Green. Filial affection rose superior to all scruples, and Miss Turner, having crossed the border, was married to Wakefield by the blacksmith in the usual way. Returning to Carlisle, she now heard that her father had been set free, and had gone home to Shrigley, whither they were to follow him. They set out, but at Leeds Wakefield found himself called suddenly to Paris. The other brother was accordingly sent on a pretended mission to Shrigley to bring Mr. Turner on to London, whither Wakefield and Miss Turner also proceeded. On arrival, Wakefield pretended that they had missed Mr. Turner, and must follow him over to France. The strangely married couple thereupon pressed on to Dover, and crossed over to Calais. The fact of the abduction did not transpire for some days. Then Mrs. Dalby learnt that Miss Turner had not arrived at Shrigley, but that she had gone to Manchester. Friends went in pursuit, and traced her to Huddersfield and further north. The terror and dismay of her parents were soon intensified by the receipt of a letter from Wakefield, at Carlisle, announcing the marriage. Mr. Turner at once set off for London, where he sought the assistance of the police, and presently ascertained that Wakefield had gone to the Continent with his involuntary bride. An uncle of Miss Wakefield's, accompanied by his solicitor and a Bow Street runner, at once went in pursuit. Meanwhile, a second letter turned up from Wakefield at Calais, in which he assured Mrs. Turner that Miss Turner was fondly attached to him, and went on to say, "I do assure you, madam, that it shall be the anxious endeavour of my life to promote her happiness by every means in my power." The game, however, was nearly up. Miss Turner was met by her uncle on Calais pier, as she was walking with Wakefield. The uncle claimed her. The husband resisted. Monsieur le Maire was appealed to, and decided to leave it to the young lady, who at once abandoned Wakefield. As he still urged his rights over his wife, Miss Turner cried out in protest, "No, no, I am not his wife. He carried me away by fraud and stratagem, and forced me to accompany him to Gretna Green. By the same forcible means I was compelled to quit England, and to trust myself to the protection of this person, whom I never saw until I was taken from Liverpool, and never want to see again." On this Wakefield gave in. He surrendered the bride who had never been a wife, and she returned to England with her friends, while Wakefield went on alone to Paris. Mr. William Wakefield was arrested at Dover, conveyed to Chester, and committed to Lancaster gaol for trial at the next assizes, when indictments were preferred against both brothers for having carried away Ellen Turner, spinster, then a maid and heir apparent unto her father, for the sake of the lucre of her substance, and for having afterwards unlawfully and against her will married the said Ellen Turner. They were tried in March of the following year, Edward Wakefield having apparently given himself up, and found guilty, remaining in Lancaster gaol for a couple of months, when they were brought up to the Court of King's Bench for judgment. The prosecution pressed for a severe penalty. Edward Wakefield pleaded that his trial had already cost him £3000. Mr. Justice Bailey, in summing up, spoke severely of the gross deception practised upon an innocent girl, and sentenced the brothers each to 3 years' imprisonment. William Wakefield in Lancaster gaol, and Edward Gibbon Wakefield in Newgate, which sentences were duly enforced. The marriage was annulled by an Act of Parliament, although Wakefield petitioned against it, and was brought from Newgate at his own request to oppose the second reading of the bill. He also wrote and published a pamphlet from the gaol, to show that Miss Turner had been a consenting party to the marriage, and was really his wife. Neither his address nor his pamphlet availed much, for the bill for the divorce passed both houses. That Mr. Wakefield was a shrewd critic and close observer of all that went on in the Newgate of those days will be admitted by those who have read his book on "The Punishment of Death," which was based on his gaol experiences, and of which I have availed myself in the last chapter. After their release from Lancaster and Newgate respectively, both Wakefields went abroad. Mr. W. Wakefield served in a Continental army, and rose to the rank of colonel, after which he went to New Zealand, and held an important post in that colony. Mr. E. G. Wakefield took part in the scheme for the colonization of North Australia, and for some years resided in that colony. Miss Turner subsequently married Mr. Legg of Limhall, Cheshire. It must not be imagined that although highway robbery was now nearly extinct, and felonious outrages in the streets were rare, that thieves or depredators were idle or entirely unsuccessful. Bigger jobs than ever were planned and attempted, as in the burglary at Lambeth Palace, when the thieves were fortunately disappointed, the Archbishop having, before he left town, sent his plate chests, 8 in number, to the silversmiths for greater security. The jewellers were always a favourite prey of the London thieves. Shops were broken into, as when that of Grimaldi and Johnson in the Strand was robbed of watches to the value of £6,000. Where robbery with violence was intended, the perpetrators had now to adopt various shifts and contrivances to secure their victim. No more curious instance of this ever occurred than the assault made by one Howard upon a Mr. Millais with intent to rob him. The latter had advertised, offering a sum of £1,000 to any one who would introduce him to some mercantile equipment. Howard replied, desiring Mr. Millais to call upon him in a house in Red Lion Square. Mr. Millais went, and a second interview was agreed upon, when a third person, Mr. Owen, through whose interest an appointment under Government was to be obtained for Millais, would be present. Mr. Millais called again, taking with him £500 in cash. Howard discovered this, and his manner was very suspicious. There were weapons in the room, a long knife, a heavy trap-ball bat, and a poker. Mr. Millais became alarmed, and, as Mr. Owen did not appear, withdrew. Howard, strange to say, making no attempt to detain him, probably because Millais promised to return a few days later, and to bring more money. On this renewed visit, Mr. Owen was still absent, and Mr. Millais agreed to write him a note from a copy Howard gave him. While thus engaged, Howard thrust the poker into the fire. Millais protested, and then Howard, under the influence of ungovernable rage, as it seemed, jumped up, locked the door, and attacked Millais violently with the trap-ball bat and knife. Millais defended himself and managed to break the knife, but not before he had cut himself severely. A life-and-death struggle ensued. Millais cried "Murder!" Howard swore he would finish him, but proved the weaker of the two, and Millais got him down on the floor. By this time the neighbours were aroused, and several people came to the scene of the affray. Howard was secured, given into custody, and committed to Newgate. The defence he set up was, that Millais had used epithets towards him while they were negotiating a business matter, and that, being an irritable temper, he had struck Millais, after which a violent scuffle took place. It was, however, proved that Howard was in needy circumstances, and that his proposals to Mr. Millais could only have originated in a desire to rob him. He was found guilty of an assault with intent, and sentenced to transportation for 14 years. A more complicated and altogether most extraordinary case of assault, with intent to extort money, occurred a few years later. It was perpetrated upon a respectable country solicitor, Mr. G., of Bishop Stortford, who administered the estate of a certain Mr. Canning, deceased. This Mr. Canning had left his widow a life interest in £2,000 so long as she remained unmarried. The money went after her to her children. Mr. G. had invested £1,200 of this, and was seeking how best to place the remaining £800, when he was asked to meet a Mr. Heath in London with regard to the sale of certain lands at Bishop Stortford. An appointment was made and kept by Mr. G., but on arrival he was met by a young sailor with a letter which begged Mr. G. to go to Heath's house, as the latter was not well. Mr. G. went in the coach sent for him, and alighted at 27 York Street West, Commercial Road. The coach immediately drove off. Mr. G. entered the house, asked for Mr. Heath, was told he would find him in the back kitchen at breakfast. He was about to descend the stairs when 3 persons, one of them the young sailor, fell upon him, and, in spite of his resistance, carried him into a sort of den partitioned off at the end of the back kitchen. There he was seated on some sort of wooden bench and securely fastened. A chain fixed to staples at his back passed round his chest under his arms and was padlocked on the left side. His feet were bound with cords and made fast to rings in the floor. Thus manacled, one of the party, who pretended to be Mrs. Canning's brother, addressed him, insisting that he should forthwith sign a cheque for the £800 of the Canning inheritance still uninvested, and write an order sufficient to secure the surrender of the other £1,200. Mr. G. at first stoutly refused. Then, as they warned him that he would be kept a prisoner in total darkness in this horrible den until he agreed to their demands, he gave in and signed the documents thus illegally extorted. One was a cheque for £800 on his bankers, the other an order to Mr. Bell of Newport, Essex, requesting the surrender of a deed. His captors, having thus succeeded in their designs, left him, no doubt, to realize the money. The door of his place of durance stood open, and Mr. G. began to consider whether he might not escape. For 3 hours he struggled without success with his bonds, but at length managed to wriggle out of the chain which confined his body, and soon loosened the ropes round his feet. Thus free, he eluded the vigilance of 2 of the party, who were at dinner in the front kitchen, and, creeping out into the garden at the back, climbed the wall and got into the street. His first act was to send a messenger to stop the cheque and the order to Mr. Bell, his next to seek the help of the police. 2 Bow Street runners were dispatched to the house in York Street, which had evidently been taken on purpose for the outrage. There was no furniture in the place, and the den in the kitchen had been recently and specially constructed of boards of immense strength and thickness. It was a cell 5 feet by 3, within another, the intervening being filled with rammed earth to deaden the sound. A fixed seat, 2 feet, was at one end, and a foot above it was a bar with a staple, to which hung the body chain. End of section 14. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 15 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 15, Newgate Notorieties, Part 3. On the arrival of the police, the house was empty. The 2 men on guard had gone off immediately after Mr. G. had escaped, but they returned later in the day and were apprehended. Inquiries set on foot also elicited the suspicion that the person who had represented Mrs. Canning's brother was a blind man named Edwards, who had taken this house in York Street, and who was known to be a frequent visitor at Mrs. Canning's. A watch was set on him at her house, where he was soon afterwards arrested. Edwards, whom Mr. G. easily identified with the others, at once admitted that he was the prime mover of the conspiracy. He had sought by all legal means to obtain possession of the £2,000, but had failed, and had had recourse to more violent means. It turned out that he was really married to Mrs. Canning, both having been recognized by the clergyman who had performed the ceremony, and the assault had been committed to secure the money, which Mrs. Canning had lost by remarriage. All 3 men were committed for trial, although Edwards wished to exculpate the others as having only acted under his order. At the trial the indictment charging them with felony could not be sustained, but they were found guilty of conspiracy and assault. Edwards was sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment in Newgate, Weedon and Lacassar to 12 and 6 months respectively in Coldbath Fields. At no period could thieves in London or elsewhere have prospered had they been unable to dispose of their ill-gotten goods. The trade of fence or receiver, therefore, is very nearly as old as the crimes which it so obviously fostered. One of the most notorious, and for a time most successful practitioners in this illicit trade, passed through Newgate in 1831. The name of Ikey Solomons was long remembered by thief and thief-taker. He began as an itinerant street vendor at 8. At 10 he passed bad money. At 14 he was a pickpocket and a duffer, or a seller of sham goods. He early saw the profits to be made out of purchasing stolen goods, but could not embark in it at first for want of capital. He was taken up when still in his teens for stealing a pocket-book, and was sentenced to transportation, but did not get beyond the hulks at Chatham. On his release, an uncle, a slop-seller in Chatham, gave him a situation as barker or salesman, at which he realized £150 within a couple of years. With this capital he returned to London and set up as a fence. He had such great aptitude for business, and such a thorough knowledge of the real value of goods, that he was soon admitted to be one of the best judges known of all kinds of property, from a glass bottle to a 500-guinea chronometer. But he never paid more than a fixed price for all articles of the same class, whatever their intrinsic value. Thus, a watch was paid for as a watch, whether it was of gold or silver, a piece of linen as such, whether the stuff was coarse or fine. This rule in dealing with stolen goods continues to this day, and has made the fortune of many since Ikey. Solomons also established a system of provincial agency, by which stolen goods were passed on from London to the seaports, and so abroad. Jewels were reset, diamonds refaced, all marks by which other articles might be identified, the selvages of linen, the stamps on shoes, the number and names on watches, were carefully removed or obliterated after the goods passed out of his hands. On one occasion the whole of the proceeds of a robbery from a boot shop was traced to Solomons. The owner came with the police, and was morally convinced that it was his property, but could not positively identify it, and Ikey defied them to remove a single shoe. In the end the injured bootmaker agreed to buy back his stolen stock at the price Solomons had paid for it, and it cost him about £100 to restock his shop with his own goods. As a general rule, Ikey Solomons confined his purchases to small articles, mostly of jewellery and plate, which he kept concealed in a hiding-place with a trap-door just under his bed. He lived in Rosemary Lane, and sometimes he had as much as £20,000 worth of goods secreted on the premises. When his trade was busiest, he set up a second establishment, at the head of which, although he was married, he put another lady, with whom he was on intimate terms. The second house was in Lower Queen Street, Islington, and he used it for some time as a depot for valuables. But it was eventually discovered by Mrs. Solomons, a very jealous wife, and this, with the danger arising from an extensive robbery of watches in Cheapside, in which Ikey was implicated as a receiver, led him to think seriously of trying his fortunes in another land. He was about to emigrate to New South Wales, when he was arrested at Islington and committed to Newgate on a charge of receiving stolen goods. While thus incarcerated, he managed to escape from custody, but not actually from jail, by an ingenious contrivance which is worth mentioning. He claimed to be admitted to bail, and was taken from Newgate on a writ of habeas before one of the judges sitting at Westminster. He was conveyed in a coach driven by a confederate, and under the escort of a couple of turnkeys. Solomons, while waiting to appear in court, persuaded the turnkeys to take him to a public-house, where all might refresh. While there he was joined by his wife and other friends. After a short carouse, the prisoner went into Westminster, his case was heard, bail refused, and he was ordered back to Newgate. But He once more persuaded the turnkeys to pause at the public, where more liquor was consumed. When the journey was resumed, Mrs. Solomons accompanied her husband in the coach. Half-way to Newgate she was taken with a fit. One turnkey was stupidly drunk, and Ikey persuaded the other, who was not much better, to let the coach change and pass Petticoat Lane en route to the jail, where the suffering woman might be handed over to her friends. On stopping at a door in this low street, Ikey jumped out, ran into the house, slamming the door behind him. He passed through and out at the back, and was soon beyond pursuit. By and by, the turnkeys, sobered by their loss, returned to Newgate alone, and pleaded in excuse that they had been drugged. Ikey left no traces, and the police could hear nothing of him. He had, in fact, gone out of the country, to Copenhagen, whence he passed on to New York. There he devoted himself to the circulation of forged notes. He was also anxious to do business in watches, and begged his wife to send him over a consignment of cheap, righteous watches, or such as had been honestly obtained, and not on the cross. But Mrs. Solomons could not resist the temptation to dabble in stolen goods, and she was found shipping watches of the wrong category to New York. For this she received a sentence of 14 years' transportation, and was sent to Van Diemen's Land. Ikey joined her at Hobart Town, where they set up a general shop, and soon began to prosper. He was, however, recognized, and ere long an order came out from home for his arrest and transfer to England, which presently followed, and again found himself an inmate of Newgate, waiting trial as a receiver and a prison-breaker. He was indicted on 8 charges, 2 only of which were substantiated, but on each of them he received a sentence of 7 years' transportation. At his own request he was reconveyed to Hobart Town, where his son had been carrying on the business. Whether Ikey was assigned to his own family is not recorded, but no doubt he succeeded to his own property when the term of servitude had expired. No doubt on the removal of Ikey Solomons from the scene, his mantle fell upon worthy successors. There was an increase rather than an abatement in jewel and bullion robberies in the years immediately following, and the thieves seemed to have had no difficulty in disposing of their spoil. One of the largest robberies of its class was that effected upon the Custom House in the winter of 1834. A large amount of specie was nearly always retained here in the department of the receiver of fines. This was known to some clerks in the office, who began to consider how they might lay hands on a lot of cash. Being inexperienced, they decided to call in the services of a couple of professional housebreakers, Jordan and Sullivan, who at once set to work in a business-like way to obtain impressions of the keys of the strong room and chest. But before committing themselves to an attempt on the latter, it was of importance to ascertain how much it usually contained. For this purpose Jordan waited on the receiver to make a small payment, for which he tendered a £50 note. The chest was opened to give change, and a heavy tray lifted out, which plainly held some £4,000 in cash. Some difficulty then arose as to gaining admission to the strong room, and it was arranged that a man, May, another custom-house clerk, should be introduced into the building and secreted there during the night to accomplish the robbery. May was smuggled in through a window on the esplanade behind an opened umbrella. When the place was quite deserted, he broke open the chest and stole £4,700 in notes, with a quantity of gold and some silver. He went out next morning with the booty, when the doors were reopened, and attracted no attention. The spoil was fairly divided. Part of the notes were disposed of to a travelling receiver, who passed over to the Continent, and there cashed them easily. This occurred in November 1834. The Custom House officials were in a state of consternation, and the police were unable at first to get on the track of the thieves. While the excitement was still fresh, a new robbery of diamonds was committed at a bonded warehouse in the immediate neighbourhood, on Custom House Quay. The jewels had belonged to a Spanish countess, recently deceased, who had sent them to England for greater security on the outbreak of the First Carlist War. At her death the diamonds were divided between her 4 daughters, but only half had been claimed, and at the time of the robbery there was still £6,000 worth in the warehouse. These were deposited in an iron chest of great strength on the 2nd floor. The thieves, it was supposed, had secreted themselves in the warehouse during business hours, and waited till night to carry out their plans. Some ham sandwiches, several cigar ends, and 2 empty champagne bottles were found on the premises next day, showing how they had passed their time. They had had serious work to get at the diamonds. It was necessary to force one heavy door from its hinges, and to cut through the thick panels of another. The lock and fastenings of the chest were forced by means of a jack, an instrument known to housebreakers, which, if introduced into a keyhole and worked like a bit and brace, will soon destroy the strongest lock. The thieves were satisfied with the diamonds. They broke open other cases containing gold watches and plate, but abstracted nothing. The police were of the opinion that these robberies were both the work of the same hand, but it was not until the autumn that they traced some of the notes stolen from the Custom House to Jordan and Sullivan. About this time also suspicion fell upon Huey, one of the clerks, who was arrested soon afterwards, and made a clean breast of the whole affair. There was a hunt for the 2 well-known housebreakers, who were eventually heard of at a lodging in Kennington, but they at once made tracks, and took up their residence under assumed names in a tavern in Bloomsbury. The police lost all trace of them for some days, but at length Sullivan's brother was followed from the house in Kennington to the above-mentioned tavern. Both the thieves were now apprehended, but only a small portion of the lost property was recovered, notwithstanding a minute search through the room they had occupied. After their arrest, Jordan's wife and Sullivan's brother came to the inn, and begged to be allowed to visit this room, but their request, in spite of their earnest entreaties, was refused at the instigation of the police. A few days later a frequent guest at the tavern arrived, and had this same room allotted to him. A fire was lit in it, and the maid in doing so threw a lot of rubbish, as it seemed, which had accumulated under the grate, on top of the burning coals. By and by the occupant of the room noticed something glittering in the centre of the fire, which, to inspect more closely, he took out with the tongs. It was a large gold brooch, set in pearls, but a portion of the mounting had melted with the heat. The fire was raked out, and in the ashes were found 7 large and 4 dozen small brilliants, also 7 emeralds, one of them of considerable size. A part of the swag stolen from the bonded warehouse was thus recovered, but it was supposed that a number of the stolen notes had perished in the fire. The condign punishment meted out to these custom-house robbers had no deterrent effect seemingly. Within 3 months 3 new and most mysterious burglaries were committed at the West End, all in houses adjoining each other. One was occupied by the Portuguese ambassador, who lost a quantity of jewellery from an escritoire, and his neighbours lost plate and cash. Not the slightest clue to these large affairs was ever obtained, but it is probable that they were put-up jobs, or managed with the complicity of servants. The next year 12,000 sovereigns were cleverly stolen in the Mile End Road. The gold dust robbery of 1839, the first of its kind, was cleverly and carefully planned with the assistance of a dishonest employee. A young man named Caspar, clerk to a steamship company, learnt through the firm's correspondence that a quantity of gold dust brought in a man of war from Brazil had been transshipped at Falmouth for conveyance to London. The letter informed him of the marks and sizes of the cases containing the precious metal, and he with his father arranged that a messenger should call for the stuff with forged credentials and anticipating the rightful owner. The fraudulent messenger, by the help of young Caspar, established his claim to the boxes, paid the wharfage dues, and carried off the gold dust. Presently the proper person arrived from the consignees, but found the gold dust gone. The police were at once employed, and after infinite pains they discovered the person, one Moss, who had acted as the messenger. Moss was known to be intimate with the elder Caspar, father of the clerk to the steamship company, and these facts were deemed sufficient to justify the arrest of all three. They also ascertained that a gold refiner, Solomons, had sold bar gold to the value of £1,200 to certain bullion dealers. Solomons was not straightforward in his replies as to where he got the gold, and he was soon placed in the dock with the Caspars and Moss. Moss presently turned approver, and implicated Money Moses, another Jew, for the whole affair had been planned and executed by members of the Hebrew persuasion. Money Moses had received the stolen gold dust from Moss's father-in-law Davis, or Isaacs, who was never arrested, and passed it on to Solomons by his daughter, a widow named Abrahams. Solomons was now also admitted as a witness, and his evidence, with that of Moss, secured the transportation of the principal actors in the theft. In the course of the trial it came out that almost everyone concerned, except the Caspars, had endeavoured to defraud his accomplices. Moss peached because he declared he had been done out of the proper price of the gold dust, but it was clear that he had tried to appropriate the whole of the stuff instead of handing it or the price of it back to the Caspars. Money Moses and Mrs. Abrahams imposed upon Moss as to the price paid by Solomons. Mrs. Abrahams imposed upon her father by abstracting a portion of the dust and selling it on her own account. Solomons cheated the whole lot by retaining half the gold in his possession and only giving an IOU for it, which he refused to redeem on account of the row about the robbery. Moses, it may be added, was a direct descendant of Ikey Solomons. He was ostensibly a publican, and kept the Black Lion in Vinegar Yard, Drury Lane, where secretly he did business as one of the most daring and successful fencers ever known in the metropolis. His arrest and conviction cast dismay over the whole gang of receivers, and for a time seriously checked the nefarious traffic. It may be added that prison life did not agree with Money Moses. A striking change came over his appearance while in Newgate. Before his confinement he had been a sleek, round person, addicted obviously to the pleasures of the table. He did not thrive on prison fare, now more strictly meagre, thanks to the inspectors and the more stringent discipline, and before he embarked for Australia to undergo his 14 years, he was reported to have fallen away to a shadow. Having brought down the records of great frauds, forgeries, and thefts from about 1825 to 1840, I will now retrace my steps, and give some account of the more remarkable murders during that period. No murder has created greater sensation and horror throughout England than that of Mr. Weir by Thurtell, Hunt, and Probert. As this was accomplished beyond the limits of the metropolis, and its perpetrators arraigned at Hertford, where the principal actor suffered death, the case hardly comes within the limits of my subject. But Probert, who turned king's evidence, and materially assisted conviction, was tried at the Old Bailey the following year for horse-stealing, and hanged in front of Newgate. The murder was still fresh in the memory of the populace, and Probert was all but lynched on his way to jail. According to his statement, when sentenced to death, he had been driven to horse-stealing by the execration which had pursued him after the murder. Every door had been closed against him, every hope of future support blasted. Since the calamitous event, he went on, that happened at Hertford, I have been a lost man. The event which he styles calamitous we may well characterize as one of the most deliberately atrocious murders on record. Thurtell was a gambler, and Weir had won a good deal of money from him. Weir was supposed to carry a private bank about with him in a pocket in his under waistcoat. To obtain possession of this, Thurtell with his 2 associates resolved to kill him. The victim was invited to visit Probert's cottage in the country near Elstree. Thurtell drove him down in a gig, to be killed as he travelled, in Thurtell's own words. The others followed, and on overtaking Thurtell, found he had done the job alone in a retired part of the road known as Gill's Hill Lane. The murderer explained that he had first fired a pistol at Weir's head, but the shot glanced off his cheek. Then he attacked the other's throat with a penknife, and last of all drove the pistol barrel into his forehead. After the murder, the villains divided the spoil, and went on to Probert's cottage, and supped off pork chops brought down on purpose. During the night they sought to dispose of the body by throwing it into a pond, but 2 days later had to throw it into another pond. Meanwhile the discovery of pistol and knife spattered with human blood and brains raised the alarm, and suspicion fell upon the 3 murderers who were arrested. The crime was brought home to Thurtell by the confession of Hunt, one of his accomplices, who took the police to the pond where the remains of the unfortunate Mr. Weir were discovered, sunk in a sack weighted by stones. Probert was then admitted as a witness, and the case was fully proved against Thurtell, who was hanged in front of Hertford gaol. Hunt, in consideration of the information he had given, escaped death, and was sentenced to transportation for life. Widespread horror and indignation was evoked throughout the kingdom by the discovery of the series of atrocious murders perpetrated in Edinburgh by the miscreants Burke and Hare, the first of whom has added to the British language a synonym for illegal suppression. The crimes of these inhuman purveyors to medical science do not fall within the limits of this work, but Burke and Hare had their imitators further south, and of these Bishop and Williams, who were guilty of many peculiar atrocities, ended their murderous careers in front of the debtor's door at Newgate. Bishop, whose real name was Head, married a half-sister of Williams. Williams was a professional resurrectionist, or body-snatcher, a trade almost openly countenanced when subjects for the anatomy schools were only to be got by rifling graves, or worse. Bishop was a carpenter, but, having been suddenly thrown out of work, he joined his brother-in-law in his line of business. After a little, Bishop got weary of the dangers and fatigues of exhumation, and proposed to Williams that instead of disinterring, they should murder their subjects. Bishop confessed that he was moved to this by the example of Burke and Hare. They pursued their terrible trade for 5 years without scruple and without detection. Eventually the law overtook them, but almost by accident. They presented themselves about noon one day at the dissecting room of King's College Hospital, accompanied by a 3rd man, an avowed snatcher and habitué of the Fortune of War, a public-house in Smithfield, frequented openly by men of this awful profession. This man, May, asked the porter at King's College if he wanted anything, the euphemism for offering a body. The porter asked what he had got, and the answer was a male subject. Reference was made to Mr. Partridge, the demonstrator in anatomy, and after some haggling they agreed on a price, and in the afternoon the snatchers brought a hamper which contained a body in a sack. The porter received it, but from its freshness became suspicious of foul play. Mr. Partridge was sent for, and he with some of the students soon decided that the corpse had not died a natural death. The snatchers were detained, the police sent for, and arrest followed as a matter of course. An inquest was held on the body, which was identified as that of an Italian boy, Carlo Ferrari, who made a living by exhibiting white mice about the streets, and the jury returned a verdict of wilful murder against persons unknown, expressing a strong opinion that Bishop, Williams, and May had been concerned in the transaction. Meanwhile, a search had been made at Nova Scotia Gardens, Bethnal Green, where Bishop and Williams lived. At first, nothing peculiar was found, but at a second search the back garden ground was dug up, and in one corner, at some depth, a bundle of clothes were unearthed, which, with a hairy cap, were known to be what Ferrari had worn when last seen. In another portion of the garden more clothing, partly male and partly female, was discovered, plainly pointing to the perpetration of other crimes. These facts were represented before the police magistrate, who examined Bishop and his fellows, and further incriminating evidence adduced, to the effect that the prisoners had bartered for a coach to carry a stiff'un. They had also been seen to leave their cottage carrying out a sack with something heavy inside. On this they were fully committed to Newgate for trial. This trial came off in due course at the Central Criminal Court, where the prisoners were charged on 2 counts, one that of the murder of the Italian boy, the other that of a boy unknown. The evidence from first to last was circumstantial, but the jury, after a short deliberation, did not hesitate to bring in a verdict of guilty, and all 3 were condemned to death. Shortly before the day fixed for execution, Bishop made a full confession, the bulk of which bore the impress of truth, although it included statements that were improbable and unsubstantiated. He asserted that the victim was a Lincolnshire lad, and not an Italian boy, although the latter was fully proved. According to the confession, death had been inflicted by drowning in a well, whereas the medical evidence all pointed to violence. It was, however, pretty clear that this victim, like preceding ones, had been lured to Nova Scotia Gardens, and there drugged with a large dose of laudanum. While they were in a state of insensibility, the murder was committed. Bishop's confession was endorsed by Williams, and the immediate result was the respite of May. A very painful scene occurred in Newgate when the news of his escape from death was imparted to May. He fainted, and the warrant of mercy nearly proved his death-blow. The other 2 looked on at his agitation with an indifference amounting to apathy. The execution took place a week or 2 later, in the presence of such a crowd as had not been seen near Newgate for years. I will close this chapter with a brief account of another murder, the memory of which is still fresh in the minds of Londoners, although half a century has passed since it was committed. The horror with which Greenacre's crime struck the town was unparalleled since the time when Catherine Hayes slew her husband. There were many features of resemblance in these crimes. The decapitation and dismemberment, the bestowal of the remains in various parts of the town, the preservation of the head in spirits of wine, in the hope that the features might some day be recognized, were alike in both. The murder in both cases was long a profound mystery. In this which I am now describing, a bricklayer found a human trunk near some new buildings in the Edgware Road one morning in the last week of 1836. The inquest on these remains, which medical examination showed to be those of a female, returned a verdict of wilful murder against some person unknown. On the 7th July, 1837, the lockman of Ben Jonson Lock in Stepney Fields found a human head jammed into the lock gates. Closer investigation proved that it belonged to the trunk already discovered on the 2nd February. A further discovery was made in an osier bed near Cold Harbour Lane, Camberwell, where a workman found a bundle containing 2 human legs in a drain. These were the missing members of the same mutilated trunk, and there was now evidence sufficient to establish conclusively that the woman thus collected piecemeal had been barbarously done to death. But the affair still remained a profound mystery. No light was thrown upon it till, towards the end of March, a Mr. Gay of Goodge Street came to view the head, and immediately recognized it as that of a widowed sister, Hannah Brown, who had been missing since the previous Christmas Day. The murdered individual was thus identified. The next step was to ascertain where and with whom she had last been seen. This brought suspicion on to a certain James Greenacre, whom she was to have married, and in whose company she had left her own lodgings to visit his in Camberwell. The police wished to refer to Greenacre, but as he was not forthcoming, a warrant was issued for his apprehension, which was effected at Kennington on the 24th March. A woman named Gale, who lived with him, was arrested at the same time. The prisoners were examined at the Marylebone Police Court. Greenacre, a stout middle-aged man, wrapped in a brown greatcoat, assumed an air of insolent bravado, but his despair must have been great, as was evident from his attempt to strangle himself in the station-house. Suspicion grew almost to certainty as the evidence was unfolded. Mrs. Brown was a washerwoman, supposed to be worth some money, hence Greenacre's offer of marriage. She had realized all her effects and brought them with her furniture to Greenacre's lodgings. The two, when married, were to emigrate to Hudson's Bay. Whether it was greed or a quarrel that drove Greenacre to the desperate deed remains obscure. They were apparently good friends when last seen together at a neighbour's, where they seemed perfectly happy and sociable and eager for the wedding day. But Greenacre in his confession pretended that he and his intended had quarrelled over her property, or the want of it, and that in a moment of anger he knocked her down. He thought he had killed her, and in his terror began at once to consider how he might dispose of the body and escape arrest. While she was senseless, but really still alive, he cut off her head and dismembered the body in the manner already described. It is scarcely probable that he would have gone to this extremity if he had had no previous evil intention, and the most probable inference is that he inveigled Mrs. Brown to his lodgings with the set purpose of taking her life. His measures for the disposal of the corpus delicti remind us of those taken by Mrs. Hayes and her associates, or of Gardell's frantic efforts to conceal his crime. The most ghastly part of the story is that which deals with his getting rid of the head. This, wrapped up in a silk handkerchief, he carried under his coat flaps through the streets, and afterwards on his cap in a crowded city omnibus. It was not until he left the bus and walked up by the Regent's Canal that he conceived the idea of throwing the head into the water. Another day elapsed before he got rid of the rest of the body, all of which, according to his own confession, made no doubt with the idea of exonerating Mrs. Gale, he accomplished without her assistance. On the other hand, it was adduced in evidence that Mrs. Gale had been at his lodgings the very day after the murder, and was seen to be busily engaged in washing down the house with bucket and mop. Greenacre, when tried at the Old Bailey, admitted that he had been guilty of manslaughter. While conversing with Mrs. Brown, he declared the unfortunate woman was rocking herself to and fro in a chair. As she leant back, he put his foot against the chair and so tilted it over. Mrs. Brown fell with it, and Greenacre, to his horror, found that she was dead. But the medical evidence was clear that the decapitation had been effected during life, and the jury, after a short deliberation, without hesitation, brought in a verdict of wilful murder. The woman, Gale, was also found guilty, but sentence of death was only passed on Greenacre. The execution was, as usual, attended by an immense concourse, and Greenacre died amidst the loudest execrations. Gale was sentenced to penal servitude for life. End of section 15. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 16 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2 by Arthur Griffiths. Section 16, Newgate Notorieties Continued, Part 1. As the century advanced, crimes of fraud increased. They not only became more numerous, but they were on a wider scale. The most extensive and systematic robberies were planned and carried out so as long to escape detection. One of the earliest of the big operators in fraudulent finance was Edward Beaumont Smith, who was convicted in 1841 of uttering false exchequer bills to an almost fabulous amount. A not entirely novel kind of fraud, but one carried out on a larger scale than heretofore, came to light in this same year 1841. This was the wilful shipwreck and casting away of a vessel which, with her supposed cargo, had been heavily insured. The Dryad was a brig owned principally by two persons named Wallace, one a seaman, the other merchant. She was freighted by the firm of Zulueta and Company for a voyage to Santa Cruz. Her owners insured her for a full sum of £2,000, after which the Wallaces insured her privately with other underwriters for a second sum of £2,000. After this, on the faith of forced bills of lading, the captain, Luce by name, being a party to the intended fraud, they obtained further insurances on goods never shipped. It was fully proved in evidence that when the Dryad sailed, she carried nothing but the cargo belonging to Zulueta and Company. Yet the Wallaces pretended to have put on board quantities of flannels, cloths, cotton prints, beef, pork, butter, and earthenwares, on all of which they effected insurances. Luce had his instructions to cast away the ship on the first possible opportunity, and from the time of his leaving Liverpool he acted in a manner which excited the suspicions of the crew. The larboard pump was suffered to remain choked up, and the longboat was fitted with tackles and held ready for use at a moment's notice. The ship, however, met with exasperatingly fine weather, and it was not until the captain reached the West India Islands that he got a chance of accomplishing his crime. At a place called the Silver Keys he ran the ship on the reef, but another ship, concluding that he was acting in ignorance, rendered him assistance. The Dryad was got off, repaired, and her voyage renewed to Santa Cruz. He crept along the coast close inshore, looking for a quiet spot to cast away the ship, and at last, when within 15 miles of port, with wind and weather perfectly fair, he ran her onto the rocks. Even then she might have been saved, but the captain would not suffer the crew to act. Nearly the whole of the cargo was lost, as well as the ship. The captain and crew, however, got safely to Jamaica, and so to England, the captain dying on the voyage home. The crime soon became public. Mate, carpenter, and crew were eager to disavow complicity, and voluntarily gave information. The Wallaces were arrested, committed to Newgate, and tried at the Old Bailey. The case was clearly proved against them, and both were sentenced to transportation for life. While lying in Newgate, awaiting removal to the convict ship, both prisoners made full confessions. According to their own statements, the loss of the Dryad was only one of 6 intentional shipwrecks with which they had been concerned. The crime of fraudulent insurance, they declared, was very common, and the underwriters must have lost great sums in this way. The merchant Wallace said he had been led into the crime by the advice and example of a city friend who had gone largely into this nefarious business. This Wallace added that his friend had made several voyages with the distinct intention of superintending the predetermined shipwrecks. The other Wallace, the sailor, also traced his lapse into crime to evil counsel. He was an honest sea captain, he said, trading from Liverpool, where once he had the misfortune to be introduced to a man of wealth, the foundations of which had been laid by buying old ships on purpose to cast them away. This person made much of Wallace, encouraged his attentions to his daughter, and tempted him to take to fraudulent insurance as a certain method of achieving fortune. Wallace's relations warned him against his Liverpool friend, but he would not take their advice, and, developing his transactions, ended as we have seen. A clergyman nearly a century later followed in the steps of Dr. Dodd, but did not under more humane laws lose his life. The Rev. W. Bailey, LL.D., was convicted at the Central Criminal Court in February 1843 of forgery. A notorious miser, Robert Smith, had recently died in Seven Dials, where he had amassed a considerable fortune. But among the charges on the estate he left was a promissory note for £2,875 produced by Dr. Bailey, and purporting to be signed by Smith. The executors to the estate disputed the validity of this document. Miss Bailey, the doctor's sister, in whose favour the note was said to have been given, then brought an action against the administrators, and at the trial Dr. Bailey swore that the note had been given him by Smith. The jury did not believe him, and the verdict was for the defendants. Subsequently Bailey was arrested on a charge of forgery, and after a long trial found guilty. His sentence was transportation for life. A gigantic conspiracy to defraud was discovered in the following year, when a solicitor named William Henry Barber, Joshua Fletcher, a surgeon, and 3 others were charged with forging wills for the purpose of obtaining unclaimed stock in the funds. There were 2 separate affairs. In the first, a maiden lady, Miss Slack, who was the possessor of 2 separate sums in consols, neglected through strange carelessness on her own part and that of her friends to draw the dividends on more than one sum. The other, remaining unclaimed for 10 years, was transferred at the end of that time to the Commissioners for the Reduction of the National Debt. Barber, it was said, became aware of this, and that he gained access to Miss Slack on pretence of conveying to her some funded property left her by an aunt. By this means her signature was obtained. A forged will was prepared bequeathing the unclaimed stock to Miss Slack. A note purporting to be from Miss Slack was addressed to the Governor of the Bank of England, begging that the said stock might be handed over to her, and a person calling herself Miss Slack duly attended at the bank, where the money was handed over to her in proper form. A second will, also forged, was propounded at Doctors' Commons as that of a Mrs. Hunt of Bristol. Mrs. Hunt had left money in the funds which remained unclaimed, and had been transferred, as in Miss Slack's case. Here again, the money, with 10 years' interest, was handed over to Barber and another calling himself Thomas Hunt, an executor of the will. It was shown that the will must be a forgery, as its signature was dated 1829, whereas Mrs. Hunt actually died in 1806. A third similar fraud, to the amount of £2,000, was also brought to light. Fletcher was the moving spirit of the whole business. It was he who had introduced Barber to Miss Slack, and held all the threads of these intricate and nefarious transactions. Barber and Fletcher were both transported for life, although Fletcher declared that Barber was innocent and had no guilty knowledge of what was being done. Barber was subsequently pardoned, but was not replaced on the rolls as an attorney till 1855, when Lord Campbell delivered judgment on Barber's petition to the effect that the evidence to establish Barber's, connivance in the frauds was too doubtful for us to continue his exclusion any longer. Banks and bankers continued to be victimized. In 1844 the Bank of England was defrauded of a sum of £8,000 by one of its clerks, Burgess, in conjunction with an accomplice named Elder. Burgess fraudulently transferred consols to the above amount standing in the name of Mr. Oxenford to another party. A person, Elder of course, who personated Oxenford, attended at the bank to complete the transfer and sell the stock. Burgess, who was purposely on leave from the bank, effected the sale, which was paid for with a cheque for nearly the whole amount on Lubbock's bank. Burgess and Elder proceeded in company to cash this, but as they wanted all gold, the cashier gave them 8 Bank of England notes for £1,000 each, saying that they could get so much specie nowhere else. Thither Elder went alone, provided with a number of canvas and one large carpet-bag. But when the latter was filled with gold, it was too heavy to lift, and Elder had to be assisted by 2 bank porters, who carried it for him to a carriage waiting near the Mansion House. The thieves, for Elder was soon joined by Burgess, drove together to Ben Cont's, the pugilist's, public house in St. Martin's Lane, where the cash was transferred from the carpet-bag to a portmanteau. The same evening both started for Liverpool, and, embarking on board the mail steamer Britannia, escaped to the United States. Burgess's continued absence was soon noticed at the bank. Suspicions were aroused when it was found that he had been employed in selling stock for Mr. Oxenford, which developed into certainty as soon as that gentleman was referred to. Mr. Oxenford having denied that he had made any transfer of stock, the matter was at once put into the hands of the police. A smart detective, Forrester, after a little inquiry, established the fact that the man who had personated Mr. Oxenford was a horse dealer named Joseph Elder, an intimate acquaintance of Burgess's. Forrester next traced the fugitives to Liverpool, and thence to Halifax, whither he followed them, accompanied by a confidential clerk from the bank. At Halifax, Forrester learnt that the men he wanted had gone on to Boston, thence to Buffalo and Canada, and back to Boston. He found them at length residing at the latter place, one as a landed proprietor, the other as a publican. Elder, the former, was soon apprehended at his house, but he evaded the law by hanging himself with his pocket-handkerchief. The inn belonging to Burgess was surrounded, but he escaped through a back door on to the river, and rowed off in a boat to a hiding-place in the woods. Next day a person betrayed him for the reward, and he was soon captured. The proceeds of the robbery were lodged in a Boston bank, but 400 sovereigns were found on Elder, while 200 more were found in Burgess's effects. Burgess was eventually brought back to England, tried at the Central Criminal Court, and sentenced to transportation for life. Within a month or two, the bank of Messrs. Rogers and Company, Clement's Lane, was broken into. Robberies as daring in conception as they were boldly executed were common enough. One night a quantity of plate was stolen from Windsor Castle. Another time Buckingham Palace was robbed. Of this class was the ingenious, yet peculiarly simple robbery effected at the house of Lord Fitzgerald in Belgrave Square. The butler, on the occasion of a death in the family, when the house was in some confusion, arranged with a burglar to come in, and with another carry off the plate chest in broad daylight and as a matter of business. No one interfered or asked any questions. The thief walked into the house in Belgrave Square and openly carried off the plate chest, deposited it in a light cart at the door, and drove away. Howes, the steward, accused the other servants, but they retorted, declaring that he had been visited by the thief the day previous, whom he had shown over the plate closet. Howes and his accomplice were arrested. The former was found guilty and sentenced to 15 years, but the latter was acquitted. Stealing plate was about this period the crime of a more aristocratic thief. The club spoons and other articles of plate were long a source of profitable income to a gentleman named Ashley, who belonged to 5 good London clubs, the Junior United Service, the Union, Reform, Colonial, and Erecthium clubs. When one of these clubs was taken in at the Army and Navy, that establishment also suffered. Suspicion fell at length upon Ashley, who was seen to handle the forks and spoons at table in a strange manner. A watch was set on his house in Allington Street, Pimlico, and one day a police constable tracked him to a silversmith's in Holborn Hill, where Ashley produced 4 silver spoons and begged that his initials might be engraved upon them. Ashley was arrested as he left the shop. The spoons were impounded, and it was found that the club monogram had been erased from them. On a search of the prisoner's lodgings in Allington Street, a silver fork was found, a number of pawnbrokers' duplicates, and 3 small files. It was proved at the trial that Ashley had asked his landlady for brick dust and leather, and it was contended that these with the files were used to alter the marks on the plate. At most of the clubs the servants had been mulcted to make good lost plate, which had no doubt been stolen by the prisoner. Several pawnbrokers were subpoenaed and obliged to surrender plate, to the extent in some cases of a couple of dozen of spoons or forks, which the various club secretaries identified as the property of their respective clubs. Ashley was the son of an army agent and banker, and many witnesses were brought to attest to his previous good character, but he was found guilty and sentenced to 7 years' transportation. A robbery of a somewhat novel kind was executed in rather a bungling fashion by Kerr, a sea captain, whose ship brought home a mixed cargo from Bahia and other ports. Part of the freight were 400 rough diamonds valued at £4,000. These packages were consigned to Messrs. Schroeder of London, and as it was known that they were to arrive in Kerr's ship, one of the owners had met her at Deal, but the captain had already absconded with the packages of precious stones in his pocket. Kerr came at once to London, and, by the help of the landlord of a public-house in Smithfield and others, disposed of the whole of the diamonds. A Jew named Benjamin effected the sale to certain merchants named Blogg and Martin, who declared that the rough diamond market was in such a depressed condition that they could only afford to give £1,750 for stones worth £4,000. The circumstances of this purchase of brilliants from a stranger at such an inadequate price was strongly commented upon at Kerr's trial. The moment it was discovered that the diamonds had disappeared, the affair was taken up by the police. Forrester, the detective who had pursued and captured Burgess at Boston, tracked Kerr to France, and following him there, eventually captured him at Montreuil. He was arraigned at the Old Bailey, and the case fully proved. His sentence was 7 years' transportation. The gravest crimes continued at intervals to inspire the town with horror, and concentrate public attention upon the jail of Newgate, and the murderers immured within its walls. Courvoisier's case made a great stir. There was unusual atrocity in this murder of an aged, infirm gentleman, a scion of the ducal house of Bedford, by his confidential valet and personal attendant. Lord William Russell lived alone in Norfolk Street, Park Lane. He was a widower and 73 years of age. One morning in May, his lordship was found dead in his bed with his throat cut. The fact of the murder was first discovered by the housemaid, who, on going down early, was surprised to find the dining-room in a state of utter confusion. the furniture turned upside down, the drawers of the escritoire open and rifled, a bundle lying on the floor as though thieves had been interrupted in the act. The housemaid summoned the cook, and both went to call the valet, Courvoisier, who came from his room ready dressed, a suspicious circumstance, as he was always late in the morning. The housemaid suggested that they should see if his lordship was all right, and the three went to his bedroom. While Courvoisier opened the shutters, the housemaid, approaching the bed, saw that the pillow was saturated with blood. The discovery of the murdered man immediately followed. The neighbourhood was alarmed, the police sent for, and a close inquiry forthwith commenced. That Lord William Russell had committed suicide was at once declared impossible. It was also clearly proved that no forcible entry had been made into the house. The fresh marks of violence upon the door had evidently been made inside, and not from outside. Moreover, the instruments, poker and chisel, by which they had no doubt been effected, were found in the butler's pantry, used by Courvoisier. The researches of the police soon laid bare other suspicious facts. The bundle found in the dining room contained, with clothes, various small articles of plate and jewellery which a thief would probably have put into his pocket. Upstairs, in the bedroom, a rouleau box for sovereigns had been broken open, also the jewel box and note case, from the latter of which was abstracted a £10 note known to have been in the possession of the deceased. His lordship's watch was gone. Further suspicion was caused by the position of a book and a wax candle by the bedside. The latter was so placed that it could throw no light on the former, which was a Life of Sir Samuel Romilly. The intention of the real murderer to shift the crime to burglars was evident, although futile, and the police, feeling convinced that the crime had been committed by some inmate of the house, took Courvoisier into custody and placed the two female servants under surveillance. The valet's strange demeanour had attracted attention from the first. He had hung over the body in a state of dreadful agitation, answering no questions, and taking no part in the proceedings. 3 days later, a close search of the butler's pantry produced fresh circumstantial evidence. Behind the skirting board, several of his lordship's rings were discovered. Near it was his Waterloo medal, and the above-mentioned £10 note. Further investigation was rewarded by the discovery in the pantry of a split gold ring, used by Lord William to carry his keys on. Next, and in the same place, a chased gold key, and at last his lordship's watch was found secreted under the leads of the sink. All this was evidence sufficient to warrant Courvoisier's committal for trial, but still he found friends, and a liberal subscription was raised among the foreign servants in London to provide funds for his defence. Courvoisier, when put on his trial, pleaded not guilty, but on the second day the discovery of fresh evidence, more particularly the recovery of some of Lord William's stolen plate, induced the prisoner to make a full confession of his crime to the lawyers who defended him. This placed them in a position of much embarrassment. To have thrown up their brief would have been to have secured Courvoisier's conviction. Mr. Phillips, who led in the case, went to the other extreme, and, in an impassioned address, implored the jury not to send an innocent man to the gallows. It will be remembered that the question whether Mr. Phillips had not exceeded the limits usually allowed to counsel was much debated at the time. The jury without hesitation found Courvoisier guilty, and he was sentenced to death. The prisoner's demeanour had greatly changed during the trial. Coolness, amounting almost to effrontery, gave way to hopeless dejection. On his removal to Newgate after sentence, he admitted that he had been justly convicted, and expressed great anxiety that his fellow servants should be relieved from all suspicion. Later in the day he tried to commit suicide by cramming a towel down his throat, but was prevented. Next morning he made a full confession in presence of his attorney and the governor, Mr. Cope. In this he gave as the motives of his crime a quarrel he had with his master, who threatened to discharge him without a character. Lord William, according to the valet, was of a peevish, difficult temper. He was annoyed with his man for various small omissions and acts of forgetfulness, and on the night of the murder had taken Courvoisier to task rather sharply. Finally, on coming downstairs after bedtime, Lord William had found Courvoisier in the dining-room. "What are you doing here?" asked his lordship. "You can have no good intentions. You must quit my service to-morrow morning." This seems to have decided Courvoisier, who took a carving-knife from the sideboard in the dining-room, went upstairs to Lord William's bedroom, and drew the knife across his throat. "He appeared to die instantly," said the murderer in conclusion. His account of his acts and movements after the deed varied so considerably in the several documents he left behind that too much reliance cannot be placed upon his confession. His last statement contains the words, "The public now think I am a liar, and they will not believe me when I say the truth." This was no doubt the case, but this much truth his confession may be taken to contain: that Courvoisier was idle, discontented, ready to take offence, greedy of gain, that he could not resist the opportunity for robbery offered him by his situation at Lord William Russell's, that, when vexed with his master, he did not shrink from murder, both for revenge and to conceal his other crimes. Courvoisier wished to commit suicide in Newgate, but was prevented by the vigilant supervision to which he was subjected while in gaol. The attempt was to have been made by opening a vein and allowing himself to bleed to death. The Sunday night before his execution he would not go to bed when ordered. The governor insisted, but Courvoisier showed great reluctance to strip. The order was, however, at length obeyed, and the whole of the prisoner's clothes were minutely searched. In the pocket of the coat, Mr. Cope, the governor, found a neatly folded cloth, and asked what it was for. Courvoisier admitted that he had intended to bind it tightly round his arm and bleed himself to death in the night. The next inquiry was how he hoped to open a vein. "With a bit of sharpened stick, picked out of the ordinary firewood." "Where is it?" asked the governor. The prisoner replied that he had left it in the mattress of which he had just been deprived. The bed was searched, but no piece of sharpened wood was found. It was thought that it might have been lost in changing the mattresses. The cloth above referred to belonged to the inner seam of his trousers, which he had managed to tear out. There is nothing to show that Courvoisier really contemplated self-destruction. A murder which reproduced many of the features of that committed by Greenacre soon followed, and excited the public mind even more than that of Courvoisier's. Daniel Good's crime might have remained long undiscovered but for his own careless stupidity. He was coachman to a gentleman at Roehampton. One day he went into a pawnbroker's at Wandsworth, and bought a pair of breeches on credit. At the same time he was seen to steal and secrete a pair of trousers. The shop boy gave information. Good was followed to his stables by a policeman, but obstinately denied the theft. The policeman insisted on searching the premises, at which Good displayed some uneasiness. This increased when the officer, accompanied by two others, a neighbour and a bailiff, entered one of the stables. Good now offered to go to Wandsworth and satisfy the pawnbroker. Just at this moment, however, the searchers found concealed under two trusses of hay a woman's headless and dismembered trunk. At the constable's cry of alarm, Good rushed from the stable and locked the door behind him. Some time elapsed before the imprisoned party could force open the doors, and by then the fugitive had escaped. Medical assistance having been summoned, it was ascertained how the dismemberment had been effected. At the same time, an overpowering odour attracted them to the adjoining harness room, where the missing remains were raked out, half consumed in the ashes of a wood fire. In the same room a large axe and saw were found, covered with blood. Inquiry into the character of Good exposed him as a loose liver, who kept company with several women. One, called his sister, but supposed to be his wife, had occupied a room in South Street, Manchester Square, with a son of Good's by a former wife. Another wife, real or fictitious, existed in Spitalfields, and evidence was given of close relation between Good and a third woman, a girl named Butcher, residing at Woolwich. The victim was the first of these three. Good had told her, much to her perturbation, that she was to move from South Street to Roehampton, and one day he fetched her. They were seen together on Barnes Common, and again in Putney Park Lane, where they were talking loud and angrily. The poor creature was never seen again alive. The actual method of the murder was never exactly ascertained. Good himself remained at large for some weeks. He had tramped as far as Tunbridge, where he obtained work as a bricklayer's labourer. He there gave satisfaction for industry, but he was taciturn, and would hold no converse with his fellows. The woman where he lodged noticed that he was very restless at night, moaning and sighing much. Detection came unexpectedly. He was recognized by an ex-policeman who had known him at Roehampton, and immediately arrested. In his effects were found the clothes he had on at the time of his escape from the stables, and under the jacket he was wearing was a piece of a woman's calico apron stained with blood, which he had used to save the pressure on his shoulder by the hod. Good was committed to Newgate, and tried at the Central Criminal Court before a crowded court. He made a rambling defence, ended by saying, "Good ladies and gentlemen all, I have a great deal more to say, but I am so bad I cannot say it." The case was clearly proved against him, and he was condemned, sentenced, and duly executed. End of Section 16. Recording by Linda Johnson.